and it's probably what's going to happen. So yeah, don't look for anything positive out of there for 2 or 3 generations. I'll probably be worm food by the time they have a true democracy and part of the an appropriate part of the world of nations again. So
Yeah, oh yeah. I think one thing that's absolutely certain is that things are going to get a lot tougher in Russia within, and however things pan out, there's no avoiding that situation, and they could even be really, really bad. I can see just a complete fracture and civil war, and who knows what could end up. But yeah,
yeah,
I just wish the existing criminal regime would get toppled, or would topple, or would implode, or would somehow, he'd be carted off in a white coat to some sanatorium in deepest Siberia or something. But I thought that many years ago, and he's still there. So who knows?
yeah. Well, he's not going to be there forever, and it's probably more of a shorter term proposition than a longer term. But he's there for the duration, so it's going to have to be dealt with. But I mean, with Russia going forward, and I don't really care too much about Russia, because they're the enemy. But things are going to get bad for them, and then they're going to get worse. And we all need to look at that situation and just shrug. Don't try to help them. Don't try to give them foreign aid, or take them in, or make things easier for them. Because we tried that in the 90s. We tried to help them. We tried to help them rebuild, try to teach them, what democratic solutions look like, how to integrate businesses and, economy with like free trade and all of that, bring them in
Yeah, but the thing is,
to the
was
world community.
premise.
And
If I may,
this is what we got.
if I may interject, the issue was there was no fertile soil to build institutions. And as Western countries go, we never insisted on building institutions. We did not enforce the law towards them, like with China, whom we granted most favored nation status, and we allowed these people into the WTO for purposes which can, by now in hindsight, easily discerned as being rather utilitarian. We also allowed the Russians to completely and utterly disembody themselves further and just propel themselves into a kleptocracy whilst we watched. And we failed to acknowledge that institution building is the key, and the de-Sovietization was required. I mean, this is the key element. We did not think about the cultural aspect at all. At least some of us.
Well, yeah, we did. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people thought about the cultural aspect, or maybe they were thinking along the lines of, we don't want to impose our Western values on the Russians; they won't accept
Big
it.
mistake.
You
It's
know.
not about Western.
Oh yeah,
It's not Western values. By the way, thank you for highlighting this, because you and I had this discussion once before for the whole audience, and this is what both you and I and others have been advocating here, Peter, the likes, you name it. This is about the values of the Enlightenment, whilst they may have originated in that format with the likes of John Locke and a series of thinkers over time and evolved in the West on fertile ground. They are universal values, because the protection and preservation, the value of the individual, is a human condition.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the value of the individual in Russia. I mean, from the viewpoint of their leadership, I don't think people, like Russian citizens, really evolved past the level of being considered a serf by their political leadership. They're just there to serve the empire. And look how they're being wasted. In this war is just basically shock troops and so on. And they don't care, because they're just people. They have 5 million military age males, and they're going to burn through them all if that's what they need to do here. I don't know. But there's not fertile ground for the Enlightenment. I mean, the Russians always kind of flirted with it, but they flirted with kind of being European, but they never wanted to like go all in on it, and basically go through the Enlightenment. And that's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to suddenly spring up when Putin steps away, like he's somehow holding back a revolution of dignity there or something. It's going to take a long time. You don't change political society overnight. You don't change, that kind of mindset. It's going to be a while. My perspective on it is I don't want to see us really try to help them through that. If you give the Russians fertilizer, they just turn it into a bomb. That seems to be what they do. They don't grow anything. And that's deeply a metaphor, but yeah.
I have to dash off now, but you have hands.
Yes, I do. Let's see here. We do
David.
have some hands, and yes, it's going to go to that. So we'll go to Ming, David, and Endit. I'm going to be actually stepping down in a second here, and Axel and David will be coming up here officially here. So let's go to hands. So Ming.
Yeah, no, so primus back to the 1990s, I think we probably, the West in general made quite a serious strategic error in Russia. And specifically, I think around the 96 election, where, we did everything we could to make sure that Yeltsin beat Zyuganov, simply because we didn't want the communists back. And, there was all that funny stuff going on, like the $12.5 billion IMF loan to keep Yeltsin afloat and all the rest of it. And then all those stories about suitcases full of cash and whatnot. And I think at that moment, it would have been better to let Zyuganov win, because what we showed the Russians by doing what we did, we showed them that elections could be bought. And I think they picked up the wrong lessons from that. But anyway, getting back to what you were saying.
I'm sorry, Ming, if I may just say, Zyuganov before and was allowed in Russia to be an absolute corrupt, manic, fascistoid communist. I think we should have acted much earlier than Zyuganov actually driving the show. I don't think that our mistake is predominantly the election. I think our mistake is much earlier. But leave it to that. The Russians have agency.
We can discuss that.
The Russians have agency. It's their fault.
Yeah, no, of course they do. But yeah, all right. But no, to go back to what you were saying, Primus, also about Russian optimism. I always think of the phrase coined by Viktor Chernomyrdin, who was the prime minister through the financial crisis of 1998, when I was working in Moscow, and he said of it, "We hoped for the best, but it turned out the way it always does." And I think those words are equally apt as far as the invasion of Ukraine is concerned.
All right, so we're going to go to David, and Anna's going to be taking over for me in a moment. I am going to take this moment to step down, but I'll still be here as a listener here. So it's a pleasure working with you today, Peter. So, and thank you everyone for coming back to us after the space crash. So,
hello, friends.
I'm going to step down now. All right, go ahead, David.
Great. Yeah, hello, friends. Good evening. First, there's a couple of things. I put my hand up a long time ago, and then I dropped, and so there's a couple of topics on the past half hour or so, I guess, that I wanted to pick up on. The first one was basically Putin. So, I think that there's a real danger that we try and portray the Russian behavior as just being Putin. It's not. And so, he's got this reputation of the last Tsar or the next Tsar, but that's a very cultivated image, and I think that there's a whole machine behind him, and nothing will change. So also the idea that Russia will suddenly collapse and splinter into various different factions is also rather premature. So I think that the organization behind Putin is still very much in charge, and basically the reason he's in power in the first place is due to this machine behind him, and the machine behind him is basically the KGB, as it was, the security services in Russia today as it is. And as other people in the space have described, this is essentially a massive organized crime network. But make no mistake, this is still part of some kind of organization, as loosely as it works. And as much the same is true of Abramovich. So Abramovich, he's a two-bit criminal, a two-bit Jewish criminal connected into the Jewish mafia in the 90s. He came under the wing of Boris Berezovsky, who I guess most of us know. Boris Berezovsky, another Jewish criminal who started his career by taking over Avtovaz and then ORT, the state broadcaster, and Aeroflot, I think, at one point. I mean, you could probably know more about that side of it. He became basically Yeltsin's banker and took Abramovich under his wing, and then they took over Sibneft together. So, there's a big machine behind all of this stuff, and don't be fooled by the optics. As I've said a number of times on the space, everything in Russia is a Potemkin village. So Russia itself is a Potemkin village. There's a Potemkin army, there's a Potemkin air force. Everything is an illusion. Peter Pomerantsev's book is, pointing everyone in that direction as well. That's certainly the case.
I think. Hi, David.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening. It's been a change of guard while you were talking. Very nice to see everyone here. And I wanted to say that I totally agree with you. Right. So they have this history of being in a certain way. Do you want to add something, David? And hello, David Brookfield.
Hello there, Anda.
Yeah, and the reason I put my hand up in the first place was because of Abramovich. So Abramovich, everyone knows him as the chairman of Chelsea, but he was also he owned Sibneft, and I think the main message I have on him is that no one really knows who he's working for, and basically, if he's not an MI6 or a CIA or a Mossad asset, then basically the taxpayers of Israel, the United States, and United Kingdom should be asking themselves why not? Because I mean, you have people as that ridiculously wealthy in somewhere like Russia because of the Russian state, and that that part's clear. When they go international. You have Elon Musk as the only. Well, there are lots of other examples, of course, Jeff Bezos and so forth. But these are people that have made their living in a legitimate way. There's no one like that in Russia, and so someone like Abramovich with his profile, if he's not an asset, then you have to ask yourself why not. The idea that he's a completely independent operative is illusionary. He's not. He wasn't when he was stealing gas off rail wagons in the 90s, and he's not now. That's all I wanted to say about Abramovich.
Actually, as a fun tidbit, if you want, one of his yachts was seized, and it is in the port of Hamburg, actually, and it's a 500 million euros yacht with anti-missile systems on it. So, yeah, a boat, a small boat, right? Just as a fun tidbit, because you mentioned Abramovich. So there are a lot of Abramovich in Russia and outside Russia, unfortunately. But compared to the number of Russians who are struggling or not in Russia to make ends meet, what can I say? I'm not gonna cry for them. They are not helping, and I haven't heard any of them taking a stance against Putin. So I think part of their money in the last year, they still make money. So they still approve. They are still there. David, let me check with Edward if he wants to add on this.
Exactly.
So, Edward, do you want to add on this topic that we're talking?
Yeah, hello, Andrew. Good evening. Yeah, I just had, I was reminiscing, because back in 1989, when I was a callow youth, a law student at the time, I was living in Paris, and we were all very excited about bringing Russia into the fold. And I interviewed France's top civil servant, whose responsibility was to build institutions within Russia, because everyone was very concerned, apparently concerned, that Russia would need strong institutions if it was going to transition successfully into a plural state, plural democracy. And he literally, that was his job. I mean, he was, thinking about banking and all sorts of things, the rule of law, blah, blah, blah. And I think, unfortunately, we did try a bit to get, lots of lots of bankers were going over there to explain to them about market forces and all this sort of thing. But we then just we just didn't do it. When Yeltsin just turned into this sort of drunken crony capitalist who was just sort of prepared to auction off the state's assets to whoever was in the in group, and everyone just stole Soviet assets, commercial assets, business assets, all of their resources, and we just sort of sat back and didn't know. Because we were open for business with them, we just sort of sat back and allowed it to happen, as we have done with China. So I feel we've reaped what we sowed. Really, we didn't need to be so unconditional in transacting business with those people, nor need we have been with China, and we're literally just reaping the whirlwind, I'm afraid.
David?
Yeah, I mean, Axel pointed in this direction earlier on in the discussion. There are certain universal values which come from the Enlightenment, basically, which we should have no qualms in promoting. And I think that there are several things that we should be learning now, and I think here on the MriyaReport we're very good at promoting them externally. There's a lot to be proud of in our system that works, and these are the things that the respect for property, respect for the rule of law, independent judiciary and executive, and so on and so forth. And these things are a universal model for government that constitutes best practice worldwide, and that's something which we should have no qualms in promoting. So, I mean, what happened Axel points to this a lot in the discussions that we have. We're not really dealing with the Third World War coming up. We're dealing with the tail end of the Second World War, and this is the real message from my point of view. There's good government and there's bad government, and there's not really anything in between. And the good governments of the world need to get their act together and start ensuring that the bad governments of the world perform in a much better way, and not through any notion of imperialism. This is complete nonsense. That's all thrown up by the extreme right and the extreme left. This notion of a multipolar world. There is a multipolar world, and you'll find in the West. Anyone who thinks that there is an American empire, whilst in some ways you could consider it such by virtue of the fact that the monopoly of forces or the monopoly on violence is with the United States. Ask a German or ask a Japanese if they believe themselves to be oppressed by a United States oppressor, and you get very soon a good picture about what the situation really is. And I think we've gone. Hopefully, we've gone through what I call post silly, which is the Trump disinformation and the AfD in Germany and the UK Independence Party in the United Kingdom, National Front what's it called, Rassemblement National in France, Le Pen. These things hopefully have passed, and we need to kind of consolidate around our core values in the West and start having confidence in them, strengthening them internally, and also feel confident in projecting them externally as well.
What I wanted to add to the discussion, and I'm going back a bit about Russia and about the rule of law, right, and corruption. I don't know. So I don't know how to say this. They never developed as a society in a free will society. They never experienced self-regulate, the necessity of self-regulating yourself, of self-regulating in terms of morals and what's how should I put this? I don't think if I make much sense, so I will. Why do I say this? So 100 years ago, they had a nobility, right? They had a Tsar, and they had peasants, lots of them, a very limited amount of citizens who were in cities with a certain degree of, I don't know, education as we see it today. They had the revolution. They went forward with the communist society, which perverted the system in a way in which influence and power made the difference. And therefore, after the 1990s, when the society kind of opened up and they discovered the money. They discovered also the fact that the money bring power in terms of twisting the law in obtaining what you want, even if what you want is not right. And that kind of twisted their society for the past 30 years for worse, right? For worse. So it's very hard to uproot that right now, and it's what we see today in and what we heard in the last year. The level of corruption in the army and in other levels is so deep and so rooted that it affects everything, right? Do I make sense? David, you have your hand up.
Yeah, you make total sense, but I think it's very simple. I mean, obviously there's a lot of things to take in there, but at the end of the day, things are very simple. So I think everything stems from individual agency. If you accept individual agency, then you accept the fact that if you want to share agency with some other individual in society, then it's your choice to do that, and it's also his choice to pool his individual sovereignty, if you like, with that other person. And all of the institutions of the West are geared up to do that kind of thing. Now you can argue about, you know, whether this is the right way or the wrong way, and maybe there are improvements, but you know, the Marxian idea of this all being some kind of central controlled system where values allocated on the basis of what somebody thinks is nonsense. And you know, the key thing is to allow this flexibility of freedom to decide those things, so that you have, you know, the allocation of value being dictated by the market, and every individual is therefore you know, enabled to make contracts and agreements with any party they wish in order to conduct their business. So I think it all comes down to the agency of the individual, and if you protect that and secure that, then that's the most important thing.
The individual and private property, right? You defend private property, and people actually have a sense of ownership and of wanting more. This is natural, right? So you have a house, you want a bigger house. You have a car, you want a bigger car. You will work for it, right? Unless there is an easier way, right? And you can do something in order to get that car or that bigger house in an easier way, right? Bribing someone, declaring one value and paying some part of it on the black market, and so on and so forth. So there were this is why I talked about corruption, because this corruption associated with greed and not being regulated by anything, right? Not having institutions, because nobody had any interest in having an institution who will chase the big spenders, the big bosses, the oligarchs, who actually did the bigger deals with the state, paying for them. So this is not when you see an oligarch having a contract with the state, or having running, for example, an organization who is a state-owned organization. They didn't get there because they were the best general managers that there were out there, and they didn't get there because they were recommended by their abilities, former abilities. They got there because they paid someone, or promised someone something in order to be there, and then they were basically with hooked, right? They had to pay, and they had to obtain the money, which meant they didn't take care of the business in order to make the business productive, efficient, invest in it, develop it. They wanted to get as much as possible from that business in order to get some money for themselves, and on the side paying the people that enabled them to be there. So this was basically the mechanisms, and this is basically how you got to have an Abramovich and others. This was what was behind them. Some other people they paid. That was the way they developed, and this is why you see their factories. They didn't upgrade them, right? They didn't. When it's yours and you take care of yours, you invest in yourself, you invest in your company, and you take the profit that you have and part of it put it back in, right? Making it better, looking at the market, what can you do better next year, what contracts can you get in order to be competitive outside, and none of them did that. And this is why when they got in this war, and this is not their first, facing a country which is determined to push back, actually, all their weaknesses were basically revealed. David?
Yeah, that kind of goes to the nub of the issue. So, corruption in Russia is just not like in a country like Nigeria. So, if you look at South Africa and Nigeria, you have similar levels of corruption, if not greater or lesser in certain countries. The point with Russia, especially, and the point with let's say the post-Soviet transition, is that these people got their money in a certain way, and you really kind of have to go back and look at exactly how the communist system worked to understand the basis of their wealth, if you like. So under a communist system, you have a situation where, in order to get benefit in society, you have to have a position, let's say, well, as a school teacher or as a factory director. And the benefit of being a factory director isn't really anything to do with the factory per se. It's because in that position, you're able to steal. You're able to steal from the factory. And the thing is that you report as the factory director to then somebody in the security services, to make it simple. Somebody from the state who is monitoring what you're going on, and he knows you're stealing from the factory, but that's okay because you're giving him a cut, and it goes then up the chains of command to the top, and the whole system works in that way. And this was the basis of how people made their money in the post-communist world. They either were in such a position that they earned their money on the black market and were able to buy their way into state-run enterprises, or they were on the inside. So someone like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, for example, was very well tied into the Socialist Youth League in the Soviet Union, and had access to state credits that way. And the way he came to his wealth was basically converting those state credits into cash by stealing. There's not really any other way of putting it. Khodorkovsky was pretty sophisticated about it. someone like Berezovsky was much less sophisticated in that what he did in a specific case that I happen to know a little bit about is he became the dealer for AvtoVAZ vehicles. So AvtoVAZ is the big car company in Russia. Everyone knows them outside of Russia as Lada. And basically what he did was steal cars from the factory. So he managed to become the exclusive distributor for Lada in Russia, and obviously he had a close relationship with the director of the factory of Lada, and so he was able to sell cars to the general public, pocket the money, and get them essentially for free. So Lada were essentially shipping vehicles for free to Logovaz, which was Berezovsky's company, and he was selling them on to the private consumer for the full market value of the product, and none of the money was getting back to the factory, of course. So that's how these things worked back then.
I know. I know that for our audience, if you are from the United States, or if you are from what we call generic the West, right? Um, and never experienced what a communist country meant, or how it worked. I know what we're saying right now. It's it can be it can look like we're it's something from another world, but actually it is from another world, because it is a different system, an entirely different system, and the base of the system, and the length of the system, so the length of the period in which you had a certain system, it actually impacts you as a country and as a person. So you will have, for example, countries from the East Bloc, like Poland, like Hungary, like the east of Germany, like Romania, the country I'm from, like Bulgaria, for example. So all those countries experienced communism for more or less 40 years, right? So we saw part of everything that was in Russia in some degree or another, depending on the fabric of the nation on which it was applied. It was present in other countries too, right? The difference in Russia is that the system was implemented first, and it was for the longest period of time. So basically, the system was implemented in 1917, and they tried they say they are trying to change something in 1990. So 70 years later. So you have had actually generations of people who were born and sometimes died during a single type of regime. And therefore, the changes in the fabric of the society and how it's impacted are tremendous. And therefore, you have these differences in the country. And I will add a little tidbit, just a fun tidbit for you to understand, because David mentioned Lada, right? So in Russia, in 2022, last year, Lada sold 190,000, more or less, So 190,000 units of Lada. And if you compare this with the Polish market, right? Their neighbors, which are in a different system. In the sales, the total sales in the Polish market in 2022 were 420,000. So almost double. And that will show you the power of the people to actually afford a vehicle, right? To afford to buy a new vehicle. So yeah, I just wanted to put this out because I think it's interesting. David?
Sorry, I lost track a little bit of the thread, but yeah. So first of all, the Avtovaz plant is huge, and they're geared up to do more or less 1 million a year in production. Except most of the things that would enable them to do that has been stolen at various points. It's pretty much the same story in the Russian military as we're seeing now. Yeah, you'll have to come back to me. There are a couple of thoughts I had, but I have to think about where I was. Sorry.
No problem. So, we have been discussing the Russian economy and the Russian fabric of the society for the past 30 minutes, at least. And maybe you are wondering why. Because it's relevant how they work, and it's relevant how they fight, and it's relevant for them as a nation, how they see other nations, right? So when your country is corrupt, what happens is that you will automatically expect that other people to be corrupt as well. You will expect that other societies to work in a similar way. This is why I explained the fact that looking from outside, so looking from a Western society, it's a different thing than it's harder to understand how a communist society works. And looking from a communist society outside, you will find very hard to understand why certain things don't work, or to believe that they actually don't do one thing or another. David, did you remember what you wanted to say?
Yeah, exactly this. So I mean, it being difficult for people from outside to understand exactly what's going on. Yeah, it's difficult. And sometimes I think about this as kind of the long arm of history and the short arm of history. And you were talking about it a little bit earlier as well. In that, the countries of the let's call them the new member states: Romania, Hungary, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and so on, and the Baltic states. These made the transition to Western, let's call it Western civilization for the sake of argument, much quicker, but nevertheless over quite a long period of time. And sometimes that's down to longer term history, right? So some of these things are difficult to understand because people in Russia just haven't had that history ever. You had serfdom abolished in if I'm not mistaken, 1870 something in Russia. Somebody can correct me on that. And then, within a generation, you've got communism straight afterwards. So there's no history of private property, no history of individual agency. And that's why it's so easy to be forced back into the situation that they're in now, where they're totally under the cosh of an organisation like the Putin regime, for want of a better word. I mean, I call it the firm because basically it's an organised crime gang. It was the KGB, now it's the SVR, FSB, and so on and so forth, GRU. You go into too many letters, that's the way I think about it. Yeah.
Thank you, David. I see that we have Shatsi Taylor. Are you from Dallas, Shatsi?
No, Dallas was my father's middle name. One thing with this to me is so jaw-dropping. It's probably the biggest thing I've learned about this whole war and business. I mean, I read history books. I read how brutal the Russians were during World War II and before that, and it's in their DNA. But I'm sitting here thinking, you can't run a country like this. And when I look back at my work, oh my God, every single year we are told about ethics. There's only was one time where we had a vice president tell us to do something. And if you're told to do something that you believe is unethical or illegal, you cannot do it, no matter who tells you to do it. So by the time I was halfway through my email to HR refusing to comply with this request, we got another email saying, no, don't do that. It just, the difference to me is I can't wrap my head around it.
This is actually why I insisted on this topic, because I know it's hard. It's hard to understand, but it's so. Let's say, right, that your family and previous members of your family experience the same thing. So you have seen people lie, for example, cheat or bribe other people in order to get what they wanted or needed. So I will give you an example. It happened. It's a reality. So I will give you an example, right? So people from different countries coming together, and the discussion was very simple. So you have your driving license suspended because you did something bad, and you need to use the public transport. But in the meantime, so for example, it's suspended for a month, and right now it's suspended. And in the meantime, you have ordered some months back a car, a very expensive, nice car that you dreamt for months, and that you have, put money aside for it and paid for it, and it arrives and you don't have a permit. So the discussion was between people from different countries, right? And the conundrum was, would you take the car for a spin? Right? You don't have a permit, so it's suspended. You're not allowed to do this, right? If they caught you, that's actually a penal offense. So it's not something easy. It's not a fine. It's not that you get a slap on the wrist. So do you do it? Take it out just for a bit to see how it works, and then come back home or not. And the discussion, actually, it was with the German person, and the German was like, you cannot do that. Like, you don't have a permit. And the other person was like, well, just for a little spin, like it doesn't, I don't have a label on my forehead that I don't have I don't have a license. You know, it's, if I don't do something bad, nobody will know. And the German was like, no, you cannot do that. You don't have a permit. You're not, you know, putting the key in the contact. And that's it. And the other ones was like, you know, just for a little bit, like from here to the next street, just to see how it rolls. It's new. No, you don't.
Where
So
was the other one from?
I won't say. But yeah, this is the
So
difference in
do you
approach,
take it
right?
out first in? Did you take it out first in?
It wasn't me.
But the first.
So it was the thing is, if you know, if you're raised up in a society in which you know that some rules can be bent, you're more inclined to bend them yourself, right? Because maybe you know someone who knows someone, and you can talk to someone and you can bribe someone, and the problem will go away because it was a nothing burger, right? You didn't, you just took it for a spin, right? But you had no permit. So we are not talking, we are not talking here about an accident. We are talking just right. So this is the difference in approach, right? The German was appalled. He was like, you cannot do that. Like, no, it's impossible. You know, it was for him, it was something he could not understand, because he was raised in a different society with different values. And actually, nobody around him did that. Nobody bended the rules, right? Your friends, your family, no one. If the police stops you and you're without a permit, you know it's bad, and it's not a fine. So this is the difference. This is why I actually insisted on this, because this is why, for people from Western societies, they don't understand how can you be in the army and buy your own boots, buy your own clothes. You see them, right? You have seen people with from the Russian army who were captured by the Ukrainians wearing strange outfits. Those people didn't have the money to buy something better.
Are there
And because
people accepting of that though?
accepting
Does
what?
Russian people accept that? Like
They
with our
don't know
military,
anything. They don't know anything else. So the level is, the corruption is so spread. It's like, they don't, if you don't do it, you lose. You either do that, or you end up with nothing, right? And this is in the army. That means you have no boots, you have no proper clothes, you have the worst a piece of gun that was there to be. You have no rounds. You you're the first one. So one of the things that I read, it was translated by Dimitri, so it's not something that I make up. You can actually search for this information. So there was a guy who asked his fiance to send him money in order for him to pay his superior, superior officer, for him to get a break from the front line, because he was really tired. And the next messages were that he paid the superior, but his superior took the money and left him on the front lines. So he was without the money and without a break, and he actually died the next day because the Ukrainians found the discussion with his fiance on his phone, right? So this is where we have this information. It was on his phone with what he told his fiance. So this is the level of corruption in the Russian army, and this is actually one of the reasons for which they are so performing so badly, right? I think Edward wants to add something.
Well, and I just wanted to say that if you were in the UK and took delivery of this car, then at least theoretically, people have the authorities need probable cause to stop you when you're out on the road. So if you suffer from overconfidence in your own driving ability and feel sure that you aren't going to have like a missing tail light or some other minor detail that they could stop you for, you can drive around with impunity so long as you don't put a foot wrong.
But Edward, there's Murphy's Law. And Murphy's Law says you try a stunt like that, you're going to get in the fender bender. And then you're going to be in a load of hurt.
Exactly. That was what I wanted to say. So let me tell you let me tell you how Murphy's Law works for me. I actually missed the space. I was out of the space for last month because I was on holiday, and I bought a ticket. I was outside country, in Germany, actually, because we were talking about them. And I was outside country, right? So I bought a ticket for 5 days to go around Berlin, where I was. And the ticket was ending at the 23rd, 59 on the 17. And I completely forgot. So on the 18th, I took the S-Bahn, and the next station, the control, hopped in, and I was really relaxed because I knew I had a ticket, but it was expired yesterday. So I paid $60 for that, right? So it was an expensive it was an expensive ticket, and an expensive mistake, right? So let's put it this way: I wouldn't take that car for a spin because in this I would have all the chances in the world that something would go wrong for me, and I will have to explain the police. What am I doing in the car, without a valid license? So I'm very, very strict about this because I I am lucky in other things, but not in tricking the law. So yeah, I just wanted to put that out. But yeah, this is actually the reason I was pushing this so hard. And
Were you
actually,
embarrassed?
sorry?
Were you embarrassed? Did they have to? Did you have to like come up with the money on the train in front of everyone?
Yeah, they actually pulled me from the train. Pulled. They asked me nicely, and I went and paid. But yeah, I was embarrassed. So I hate this kind of things happening. It's yeah, I felt like the last person on earth, like I didn't want to cheat. I didn't want to do that. I was simply it completely slipped my mind. So
You should have told them you were Russian and you didn't think you had to pay.
uh, no. First of all, I actually don't speak Russian. So that would be hard. But I'm a very bad liar. So one other thing that I have that doesn't work for me is that I'm a very bad liar. So I actually long time ago decided not to try it because you can actually see it on my face. So it's even so you can hear it in my voice because I stutter when I try to lie about something. But it's even worse when you're face to face with me because I exchange all the colors in the rainbow on my face, and yeah, you can totally say tell you can totally tell that I'm not saying the truth. It's very it's very obvious, and yeah. Um, I'm not even trying, so I prefer to just say it, even if it's embarrassing. Just say, yeah, I'm sorry, and this is actually what I said. I'm sorry. It totally slipped my mind. How do I pay? Because I knew I had to pay, so I paid on the spot. It's no point in prolonging that. It is what it is. I made a mistake. I paid for it, and that was that. Lesson learned. I bought a ticket for a month, and yeah, it's better this way. Shati?
On the whole corruption thing, I guess how I'm trying to imagine, because that is unsustainable. It doesn't take Einstein to figure that out. But I'm trying to figure out how they can sustain that, both the atmosphere and the degradation of institutions, the degradation of infrastructure. Help me understand how they sustain that.
So I saw David's hand shoot up, and I think he would love to take this answer for me. I will chime in the end, unless Edward wants to go first. Okay, David, it's all yours.
Yeah, I mean, Russia makes money by digging stuff out of the ground and selling it, and so this is basically the way that they could sustain it. There's a more or less limitless supply of whatever it is that they can dig out of the ground, and they can force people to dig it out of the ground for them, and that's the model. That's the way the state works. What can I tell you?
In other words, if you don't have enough oil and diamonds to dig out of the ground, it's only how much stuff you dig out of the ground that matters.
Actually, if you look around the world, there are some countries with very rich soil who are corrupt and whose people are at the brink of poverty and who are not thriving, even if they have diamonds or oil or other resources in the ground. So the Russian system, who was a complex one and who came from a highly centralized one, the only good thing they really had was the fact that they didn't, how should I put this? The small, so you have a very a very rich but very small number of people who run everything, and the rest of the people don't have access to guns, actually, and this is a reality. And the level of corruption is different at a lower. So you will have to pay for, I don't know, clothes or for a good job or something like that. But common people don't make a lot of money, right? So this was how they didn't tumble, actually, and they didn't went down the drain by themselves. Having a very strong repressive um, internal police. Let's put it this way, right? That was one of the ways in which they were kept in line. So this is what helped them. Shati, you have another question?
It's kind of an economic, well, not really economic, more military related. Why haven't the Russian people noticed that there's no armadas out there and the Su-57 is not flying? Billions have had to have gone into developing these things and they're nowhere to be seen. Do people just not notice?
Well, Shatsi, so the thing is, I think you're sort of, there's a bit of a misunderstanding here, right? So maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? But that isn't the issue, is it? Because what they do is they are, they're all sorts of propaganda given out to them. They see stuff and there's not a lot they can do. So they end up with a fatalistic outlook, right? So the thing is to remember is that we, pretty much everyone here who's listening, has lived and born in a societies that are, uphold the law, right? And as Ander was saying, there are places this isn't, and in actual fact, there are a large part of the world is not based around the rules-based order, etc. The rule of law and things. A large part of the world is based around keeping people down so they don't, they're not earning a lot, and you utilize those people as a commodity. Right, as I said, they're seen as property. In Russia, the elites will look at everyone as being property, and there they are. So they're inundated with propaganda. That they've got hard lives, right? Alcoholism and all the other things are, endemic, and as a result, what are we looking for? If we're thinking that someone that they'll go, but why aren't they doing something? But you have to remember they've never really known freedom. Right, the most of Russia has not known freedom, even in the last 30 years, when we thought that maybe they would change. They haven't known freedom. Most of them are just living a very, very hard existence, and as such, don't get to do the things we do. Right, i.e., and just earlier today, I was looking at something which was a tweet that was about a Tory donor in the UK who was given a £4.5 million contract to get rid of substandard PPE that was bought during the COVID period, and it was all bought for millions, and they've just it's just been left to rot on the ground, right? And this is what happens. People with money, just look at things as commodities. What can they do? There's the thing. So I think there's a big misunderstanding with Russia, right? And because in the United States and everywhere else we go, if we go and protest, but it's not protesting isn't really an option in Russia. So maybe they do see stuff, maybe they don't see stuff, but what they'll be going, what can they affect? As I was saying, talking about last night, there is a The Lives of Others, which is a film about East Germany in the 1980s. This is the same time I was in fact, it's about East Berlin. It's exactly the same time when I was in Berlin. It's thoroughly depressing. It's a great watch, and it tells you even how these so-called elites, the intelligentsia, were thinking. It's just like that in Russia. And they had the same options that so they won't be thinking maybe we could protest. Let's get everyone out there and protest about march about our martyrs don't exist. They'll be going, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to end up, and you really need to read what happens in Russian prisons, and then you'll understand why people don't want to go to a Russian prison. And it's just incredibly complex, the whole thing, right? How people behave in Russia, which is why Axel, who's just turned up, and we just go, the solution is to contain Russia, contain it. That's it. There'll be no fixing. We can't do a army of occupation or anything like we did with Germany and Japan. It just won't be. It won't be. I say it won't. The chances are it's unlikely to happen, and as such, we contain it. Just keep the problem there. And the other part is to remember that there is they're not bothered about environmental costs. As Axel was talking about, people selling logging and the rest of it, they just cut down the trees. There's no let's grow more back. It's just cut them down. It's just like Brazil. Cut them down, let's not grow them back. Anyway, did that answer what you were saying, really, Shutzi? I went on a bit there.
Yeah, I just, after reading history and stuff, history is never this in depth and this personal and this clear, that I guess my family's lived in this country for 5 generations, and I don't know anything other than the rule of law. And it's just so different at such an extreme level. I didn't know it was that bad. I've never been in a communist country or, the Eastern Bloc there when it was communist, but it's a little shocking, and I'm a little too old to be this shocked.
And there's the thing, when you've never really experienced what it's like. As I said, I used to go over into East Berlin and into the East Germany, and the existence was very, very different. Anyway, Edward and David, you got your hands up. I did not see the order it went up, but I seem to remember watching Edward's hand go up. So I'm going to go to Edward first, and then you, David, if that's okay. Edward.
Hi, David. Good evening. I think actually David was first, but I don't know. I don't know if he minds. But on the tank thing, I was just wondering. We haven't seen any of these armatas, but do we know presumably Russia is trying to produce some more tanks to make up for these ridiculous losses of tanks. Do we know if they only produce T-90s these days, or can they still produce T-80s, or presumably not anything before that? I don't know.
No, so they don't need to produce anything before that, because they've still got stocks of them. So they'll get the others, whether they can repair them and the other bits and pieces. That would be interesting, but I don't think they. to say they have zero ability to produce something would be a bit stupid, but they've got limited ability. We're not seeing lots of new T90s come onto the battlefield. Are we even seeing T80s coming on the battlefield?
And they can't, David,
Mm.
what you and I discussed before once, they can't even kit out, so to say, the full version. They may be able to produce the chassis and the turret, but they can't produce all the sensors. They can't produce what they believe is their own version of night vision. They just can't, because they can't create the precision optics. There are certain elements of their modern tanks which they can't make even, or they can't upgrade. That's an important part of the industrial process where they're falling short for lack of imports. There's no import substitution they can bring to the table which enables them to build out what they would need to in order to be competitive.
Yeah, and they were seeing there's stuff being pulled off T62s to go onto other tanks, and I think they're not even filling the order for India for their contract, are they? For their
They're
tanks,
on default
they're
already.
not producing it.
They're on default under the contract already. So yes, you're right. They're not fulfilling the order. I apologize.
No, yeah. So that's where they stand. Look, their ability is just. I didn't want to say they have zero ability, because they may have an ability to turn out one a month or something. I don't know, but the numbers are so low that they're meaningless. And that's their problem. They're just, their ability to do anything is pretty much meaningless. If you look at the Ukrainians, you see something. There was an image of I think it was a BMP that had been hit by a rocket. Right, and then there was 3 weeks later, there it was, looking shiny new and being repaired and re-welded and all the other bits and pieces. So it's chalk and cheese.
And the Armatas, why you don't see them is because they are invincible.
They're invisible.
Invisible, yes, they are invisible. They have some new camouflage, so you can't see them. They don't exist at all.
Yeah, they have not produced the Armata in a number sufficient to man their, to kit out their last big parade. They couldn't get them to work in sufficient number because they also haven't produced them in sufficient number. It's more like a manufacturer.
They had one. They had one tank, right?
Yeah, no, the last. Yeah, okay, sorry, that's true, but that's the last presentation. The previous one, where they actually showed Armatas, they couldn't get them to work.
And those last that you called Axel, they towed with another tank to get it moving.
They should have used some horses, just for the fun of it. David, do you want to add something to this?
Yeah, well, first of all, Shatsi, I'm sympathizing with her that she can't get her head around it. Sometimes when I'm trying to explain this to other people, I think, I have to pinch myself and say, you sure this is what happened? Because it really is, it really is the Twilight Zone a lot of the time. Anyway, to wrap that up, it's a crazy way of thinking about it. It's really difficult to get your head around unless you've been through it a lot of the time. So I think it's difficult. Hopefully here we've tried to kind of draw back the curtains and let you see inside somehow. If we can help you some more understand that, then let us know. Hopefully we've answered your question somehow. On the lack of ability to produce, I mean, I really have serious doubts they're in a position to produce anything at the moment. I think they're in a total mess. I mean, all of the messages that I'm getting are that they can't do anything at the moment. There's just no material around to do it with. They're able to get components and so forth through third parties, but these are getting incredibly expensive to procure.
And it's crap what they're getting.
Well, exactly. So it's just, I mean, you know, anything serious from a technology point of view, they can't get their hands on. And if they can get their hands on it, it's a copy of a copy of a copy, and it doesn't work. Basically, I'm trying to summarize it to be simple, but that's the way it is.
I mean, they're struggling at the moment to even get in. So one of the things we've nearly discussed yesterday, didn't we, Axel, is that the dentists are struggling to get the compounds they need in to do fillings and things like that, right? So that's just how bad it is, because they just don't make things, right? They don't make things that make things, and all the other bits that go into it. Yeah, David, of course, I was just going to say this, and then I'll let you go back to you. Of course, the reason why I was loath to say they can't make it is because there may be a possibility they could get one done a month, right? But that's such a low figure, it doesn't matter, but it's still one a month. David?
Yeah, you're always torn on this kind of thing, because there are some incredibly bright people and incredibly well-meaning people who are in Russia, and you can't. It's not a DNA thing; it's a cultural thing. So it's important to make that distinction. But yeah, the no chance, no chance, and I can't see any chance of it. So yeah, that's all.
And Shatsi, to go a little bit more, so let me explain the are you even here? I think you've gone now, Shatsi, have you?
Yeah, she dropped.
Well, there you are. Well, anyway, for everyone else, I'll just explain. So many years ago, I used to go on to, there was the Berlin train, which would go from Magdeburg to Berlin, and it was like a mobile embassy thing, and it's what people who families and troops used to travel to and fro every day. But the train used to stop, and there would be this changing of the guard moment, and where you were stuck inside I can't remember the station. It might actually even have been at Magdeburg, but there would be, you see, the East German policemen would, like clockwork, would walk up to this cafeteria that was kitted out like they thought a Western supermarket or cafeteria might be, but it all the colours looked as if they were 1950 styling, right? And then they would go have their cup of tea and sit there and look really happy and go, look, this is what you're missing. And yeah, and that's exactly how it worked. No one at all was ever convinced, yeah, we're not really missing anything. And on the other side of the train, there would be Russian troops trying to swap their greatcoats, helmets with you, anything for a packet of cigarettes or something like that, because English, British or Western cigarettes cost a fortune over there, and that's what they wanted, because they were literally still using newspaper and rolling tobacco.
I can tell a story about that. I have been gone to the coast school for shipping, and in the free time we go to the harbor. And one time there was a Russian ship, and he saw us rolling a cigarette from Zware Vanille. Well, we could get a lot of packages cigarettes only for one package of Zware Vanille. So much they love European tobacco. But the cigarettes from Russia, don't smoke them.
Just don't smoke, but certainly don't smoke Russian ones.
Totally don't smoke that tobacco. After 3 cigarettes, you will having a sore throat and you can't speak anymore.
Yes, probably the paraffin content would be very high. All the things in it that you don't want. Yes, more hands. It's once again, you're going to have to help me because I was looking for other stuff on the internet. Who was it first? Was it you, Edward, or were you, David?
Go to Edward first.
Okay, Edward.
Okay. Well, I can, on your point, I can exclusively reveal my military experience as a 15-year-old schoolboy. I travelled to the forests of Berlin, and I stayed with the British Army, and I think it was the Black Watch were posted out there at the time. This was in 1986. I got bitten by a lot of mosquitoes, and went through Checkpoint Charlie and all that sort of thing. It's very exciting. So I don't know whether you were there, David. You were probably victimizing me.
No, I could have been. I just left, so I left in. Yes, it was. In fact, it would have been. Oh, yes, probably 1986, but early, something like March. So it wasn't me victimizing you. It would have been someone else.
David, just 1 second. I seem to have a small technical problem. I see Shotzi requesting. Maybe you can help me bringing.
Oh well, I'll send her an invite. I do not see Shotzi though requesting at all, but I will see if I can send an invite. Shotzi, send me a DM if you can, and that will make it a lot easier for me to send you an invite. But Edward, feel free to tell us what happened when you were in Berlin. And those mosquitoes are dreadful.
Well, we were on exercise. I joined the RAF in my school cadet force, just because I thought I'd be, I don't know, it sounded exciting being able to go in an aircraft. Things like I went in a Chinook and things like that. But as a result, we were rather the Cinderella service, and the whole setup was designed to persecute the RAF at all time. Nobody joined the Navy because, I mean, that was just, I won't go into the reasons, but it was just not possible. So
just be honest, Edward. Tell everybody you didn't like the smelly bunk beds.
I think 3 people.
And the parties on Thursday.
So anyway, off we went to the forests of Berlin. Completely, I mean, I had no idea what to expect, and we, the RAF always had instructions like to wake up at 3 a.m, trudge along around to this grid reference where you will be ambushed by the army. And we turn up then, of course, the army hadn't bothered to get out of bed, and we have to kind of try and find the people supposed to shoot us or whatever. But when we were staying with the regular army in Berlin, we were definitely of the opinion that to be captured or by the regular army people, like adults and so on, would have been a really, really bad idea. And I got lost at one stage in the forest, and I had to hide from a patrol that I could see was otherwise going to capture me. And anyway, it was good fun. And that train from Magdeburg it felt like the Orient Express. I mean, I was remember we had a very good lunch on the way in. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. I mean, look, yeah. I mean, when you're doing the guard duty on it, because they do get a little bit upset with you if you're. But yeah, it was quite a pleasant journey. So I don't follow. I can't even find Shotzi at the moment. So until Shotzi either follows me or sends me a DM.
You've lost your Shotzi.
I do. I know.
You've lost your
Mein Schatzner. Always. Yeah. There's a good question. Anyway, David.
Yeah. I think all of it. We joke about it and all of this, but I think the main message here is the Potemkin village idea, right? So there's this just runs through everything, and it runs through it in a very, very serious way. So we joke about these things, but you see it over and over again, and this is just the way basically it goes back to Marxism. So this is the thing at the end. I mean, it's a myth of the way things are, that Marxism tries to put over on people in a way, in the same way that religion does. And the way I think about this is it's kind of man with the plan versus freedom, or that's the basic thing. So you've got state religion, or you've got a dictator, or you've got Marx or somebody who knows how everything works and they're going to tell you how everything works, or you've got the free market, or the freedom of the individual agency that we were talking about a little bit earlier. The idea that everybody's got agency, and therefore there's this space in which people can express their opinion, and somehow it's aggregated, and you can argue about how it's aggregated up until kind of executive decision about how society works overall, but it's not dictated from downwards. And in order to maintain this facade of the facade of reason about the way things work, Marxist societies in particular had to cultivate this very strong internal propaganda machine, and that's a propaganda machine that Putin was himself, first of all, heavily involved in, but second of all, was extremely well developed in the Soviet Union. So I came into contact and still have people that I would probably say are my friends that are kind of in the intelligence community in Russia, or were in the Soviet Union, and I met at various periods. These guys' jobs was basically making up shit that the common people should understand. And I think half of the difficulty is that when you talk to those people, they just imagine the world in the West as being exactly the same, or rather a mirror image of it. So for example, when you speak to somebody, let's say in their 50s in Belarus, who has the kind of background I just described, they've been to London, they've been to the West, they've seen everything, but they still haven't really taken on board what pluralism means and what free market means. I remember having a conversation with one person at a particular point in time when he was saying, things weren't so bad in the Soviet Union. How many kinds of butter do you need? I used to be able to, I was this is what he was saying. So this is reported speech. He was saying, I was a
David,
yeah.
I can vouch for that. I lived that. I stood in line for 4 hours with my mother, and for one piece of butter. This is what I was allowed because I was a child. If you were an adult, you received 2 pieces. And because I was a child, I received 1. 4 hours, 1 piece of butter. That was it. So it wasn't the fact that it was expensive. It was the fact that it was none. You could not buy it, right?
Is exactly the point. And so if you grew up in the right kind of family, then you never encountered this. And you came to the West, and you thought the whole thing was degenerate, and so on. So my point, I think, was that discussing
you were talking about propaganda, and I want to enforce your point by telling you how it was. So at least in Romania, which was pretty similar, we had a communist country with a similar system. People would come and they will say to us, so it was cold. For the people in the room, when I say it was cold, it means we didn't had enough heat in order to heat the homes. So you will have somewhere between 4 and 15 degrees during winter in your home, which is really low. And they will say at the television, right, which was 2 hours a day, that was it. They will say there that we are progressing, our economy is booming, and we have record production per square kilometer for our crops, and that we extracted this and that our factories produce this and that. And in the meantime, it was cold. We didn't had enough food to buy, no, right? So it wasn't that we couldn't afford to buy it. It was none to buy to start with. And we were not allowed to speak against. So these three things were all together. So whenever someone says to me it was better before, I get really, really, really mad. I get really mad. So yeah. I wanted to put this into context from someone who actually lived in this kind of this kind of environment. So
Yeah, but
I'm not.
You see, I mean, that's you're telling it from the perspective of somebody living in Romania, and this is absolutely perfectly correct. But from the perspective of somebody that grew up in, let's say, a military family in the Soviet Union, or I've come across daughters of astronauts, for example. They have a completely different worldview, and that's the elite of the Soviet system, and also still the elite of Russia, right?
Correct, because how many of them were like that? How many of them were like that? Not many, actually. So the vast majority of the Russian population didn't live a different life than me or others.
No.
But you know what I want to point out, David? One very important thing, which we actually avoid talking in the last hour and a half, and this is about Ukraine, how Ukraine society evolved. But I think Shati has a question first, and then I will ask you something about Ukraine. So, Shati?
And I got to tell you, you had a moment, this was about 4 months ago, where you strongly put somebody in their place, but you did it eloquently, you did it professionally, you did it passionately, and I was so proud of you. You go, girl. But I wanted to tell David that reading history books, you get the military stuff, but I'm starting to understand the concept, if you've grown up with this, if this is all your family's known, that it's just how life is. I guess I can understand that. And on the flip side of that, I am very happy to pay my taxes. I went camping and I asked the park ranger if I could camp out in the woods. They had campgrounds, but the park ranger said, "Ma'am, it is your land." And then, the cider that's been poisoning people there. I'm grateful for the FDA. There's so many things now that's like, oh yes, take my taxes. I'm okay with it now.
Thank you very much, Shati. I get passionate sometimes. Usually I'm really calm. And I love to make a joke whenever possible. But yeah, I have a some dark side, the dark side of the moon. David, you wanted to add something, or should I put my ask my question?
ask you a question, because I guess I'll come to it anyway. I can come to the other point later. It was just a response to Shatsi and so on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now I've forgotten. Ask me a question. Ask me a question.
All right. So, do you remember that in 2014, the Ukrainian people said, we had enough. So it was back then 25 years, almost, since they also have, so in 1990, more or less, some countries, some nations from the USSR regained their independence, Ukraine being one of them. And they even choose to give up their nuclear weapons in order to, live a peaceful life and be gone, finish the businesses with Russia, right? So 25 years later, Russia didn't give them peace, more or less. Interfered in their businesses, in their lives, trying to guide them. Let's put it this way, nicely, into being just another Belarus, for example. And the people of Ukraine said, that was really enough. That was really, really enough. We want a different life. We are different than you, right? So that was where it started. That they want something different. And what shocked me actually is that it's a recount from one of the contributors of this space, Akash, who actually was here in the space. It was 1st of December, actually, and I remember the date because it's the Romanian National Day. So, so we had a very interesting discussion about Ukraine. Because Ukraine was also a former communist country, right? So he was in Ukraine in 2015, working with the Ukrainian authorities, actually, against corruption. And Ukraine took a really strong stance against that. And I wanted to ask you if you have more insight on these differences between Ukraine and Russia, and regarding the topic that we discussed so far, and how they approach this in the present day.
This is exactly the point that I'd forgotten about, actually, and this was Shatsi telling me about her parking attendants and so forth. Yeah, so often I talk about this as the long arm and the short arm of history, right? So there's kind of family memory, and there's your own memory about how you've been treated. But there's also, I think, a much bigger thing, which I think we kind of forget about or discount, and that's just the overall cultural thing that you're brought up in somehow. I think it has an effect, and it's really difficult, kind of, in any kind of scientific way to say, this is a true thing. But I often joke with people that they're the British, for example. The British probably behave in a way where, you know, a lot of their behavior is dictated by the fact that they were the greatest empire in the world. A lot of them would be, you know, mortally offended to think that they actually behave like that, but many of them are completely unaware of the fact that they behave like that. Nevertheless, they behave like that, right, in a certain way. And you know, the same is true for every nation. There's this cultural memory which affects, you know, how you react to things. And I think that's especially true for Ukraine, and I think it's illustrative. So if you can compare the paths of, let's say, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus post 1990, did somebody have a comment? Sorry, there was a sound on the mic. So
I'm sorry, I opened my mic by mistake.
yeah, no problem. So yeah, if you compare the trajectories of yeah, let's call them the new member states of the European Union, because that's what they are. And then Ukraine, Belarus, Russia, you can see very different trajectories, and it's very interesting that you can see, in particular, this play out with Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. It's a bit more difficult to see in, you know, how this would affect Hungary versus Romania, for example, just because they've got those countries have had the advantage of saying there's a, let's say, cut and paste constitutional framework which they can join, which is the European Union, and that's made things a little bit different. In the cases of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, then the transition from, let's say, Marxist what do you say, Marxist organized economy to a free market liberal economy has happened in very different ways for all three countries. And in the case of Belarus, it kind of reverted to more or less same again, albeit with a little bit more flexibility in some regards. In the case of Ukraine, they've gone through an incredibly long process of pain in order to get to where they are, and I think this is something that's, you know, is incredibly important. That you know, their understanding of our values in the Western world is so much greater than somebody who, I mean, I don't mean to sound condescending to anyone who's grown up in the West and only known the West, but you know, these are people that have gone through the pain of you know, having the situation where one day your salary is worth is enough to buy the bread on your table, to having it disappear, and to having a situation where your grandmother's pension is worth something, to when it's not worth something. And they've gone through all of that, and they've decided that they still want the Western way of life, and this is an incredibly valuable thing. I mean, it's not a surprise. So it's not a surprise because of this thing I was talking about, the cultural memory. So there's a cultural memory in Ukraine which goes back to Kiev Rus. So we can go into that a little bit more if anyone wants to, but I don't want to muddy the waters in that regard.
I will just add for the moment one thing, and I will tie it up with what Shotzi said a bit earlier. You know, when she mentioned that she's happy to pay her taxes, when you fight hard to get something, you value it you put a different value on it because you know how hard it was to get it, how it was without it, right? So they experienced this lack of liberty to decide for themselves who they want to be, where they want to go, what is their destiny. So right now, after tasting the possibility of deciding for yourself what you want to be, the simple ability of being able to speak up, to go into the square, into the how do you call them, intersection, uh, and shout your problems and speak against the government without anyone repressing you for that. That's priceless, and sometimes we forget how expensive it is, because usually it's paid in blood. Actually, this kind of freedom of speech, and I think this is one of the raw reasons behind. We have a term in Romanian which is called îndrăgire. When you fight really hard for something, when you don't let go of that thing, and you refuse to let go in your mind, you're like, I don't want to give up this thing. So this is how I see Ukraine right now. They are fighting for their lives. They are fighting for their choices and for their own land. They actually in how do you put this? When you feel it in your heart and in your bones and in your fiber that this is your land, right? And you have the right, the moral right, and actually the international right, the legal right to defend it. It is a legal right to defend to defend yourself from foreign aggression. So I think this is one of the reasons for which they fight so hard, and I'm totally admiring them for this. David, and then Fancy.
Yeah, I mean, it comes back down to this individual agency thing, right? So, you said it was paid for in blood, this right to decide our futures, and this is the thing that we have to remind everybody about, also in the West, right? So, in fact, weird as it is, the United States is also a place where we have to carry this message forward that the right, the freedoms that you have are paid for in blood, and at the moment are being paid for in Ukrainian blood, which makes the fact that the war is everybody's war. And this is just something that's incredibly important. That's all.
Thank you, David. Fancy, good evening.
Good evening, Anda. I just wanted to add that the Ukrainians will for
Fancy pants?
Can you hear me? Hands up if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so Mr. M apparently he can't hear me. But what I want to say is that the will of Ukraine to join the Western world, to join a European Union, to join a world without corruption, that's quite visible throughout the country. Because I asked my wife, like, since when, ever since I've been in Ukraine, since when do you guys have the European flags up there? Because when you're in Kiev, for instance, or in other, I think when you're in Kiev, when you're in Lviv or other towns in Ukraine, you see European flag. And I asked, since when are they up there and why? And she told me, we put the flags up there in 2014 when we wanted to show our hope and our will and our wish to be part of the European Union. And that's something which really inspired me, because that's something which we don't see in Austria, right? Or which we don't see in Hungary, in a country that actually benefits a hell lot from Europe, but where the language versus the European Union is appalling. And the same goes for my home country. So I best speak for Austria, right? Where sometimes we hear incredible, terrible arguments against European Union. And then when we see that Ukrainians are actually willing to pay with blood, they're willing to pay with blood to be part of the world that we take for granted and bitch about and moan about. And I think, yeah, it just goes to show, right, that some people don't know that our freedom in Austria, in Hungary, has been paid for with blood, and Ukrainians are just showing how hard they want to be part of the Western world, and that's in fact why there is no other option than to let them into the EU and let them into NATO, because there's other countries who would happily be out of it. And if Hungary wants to leave, I'd be like, be my guest, go join Russia, whatever you want, go down the abyss, right? But let Ukraine come. They've shown for so long that they want to be part of it, and they've sacrificed so much for not only Ukraine, but for all of us in Europe, right? So that's that.
Thank you, Fancy, and I totally agree. I will cede my seat to Axel. I will bid you all good night. Thank you very much for Dave and Shadzi and everyone for this great discussion this evening. I really enjoyed co-hosting this evening and the discussion we had. And I think it was an important one. So thank you very much for it.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. Well, David, you've got your hand up.
Oh God, I've got to say something. Yeah, European flags in Ukraine. I mean, I think that I've spoken to a number of Ukrainians in the meantime, both in country and out of country. And one thing that strikes me over and over again is that the lack of security in the fact that we're right behind them. Right, and it's one of the reasons that I guess we're all in this group and we're all advocating heavily for Ukraine. But on the other hand, you know, I was in Stuttgart last week, and you know, if you look at the Stuttgart town hall, there's 3 flags on the town hall, and you know, guess what they are? There's the European Union, there's the national flag of Stuttgart, and Baden-Württemberg, and the Ukrainian flag. So the federal flag didn't make it up there, and that says a lot. So I think that there's no doubt in our support, and that's something that we need to get across. Yeah, that's all for now.
Oh, well, thank you very much there, David. Right, I'm just loading up my fridge. I've just bought some. I bought some beer. I've loaded up for tonight, Axel.
Well, then I shall grab myself a pint of beer as well.
Oh, well done. What beer are you going to get? I have some Stella Artois. I bought them because they're the big cans. There you are.
Tall boys.
Yes, but not as tall as one of those wonderful pieces of furniture, a tall boy.
Evidently, as you know, I go with proper, sensibly brewed beer according to the German purity law, and that is in this case Pilsner Urquell from the Czech Republic, because they know what they're doing too.
I could do that. I if I had a choice today, and I had a better choice than in actual fact what was at the corner shop, I would probably want a really nice Weiss beer or a Hoegaarden. I'm a very big fan of Hoegaarden.
You cannot be helped.
No, I know, and I certainly can. But that's not true. I can be helped after about 10 pints of Hoegaarden. I can be helped pouring myself into a taxi somewhere that will take me home.
Gives a whole new meaning or scent and atmosphere to rolling home.
Rolling. Right. Anyway,
Rain
with that,
weather. Did we not promise that we would never sing?
We nearly broke our promise there. Right. Okay. So we have one hand. We have the inestimable, the magnificent Ming the Merciless. Ming.
Thank you, David. No, I just was hoping that you're not married, because isn't Stella Artois also known as the wife?
The wife beater.
Yeah. Troubling stuff. Troubling.
I'm a happy drunk, right? I'm not one of these people who gets angry and punchy when they had a couple of drinks. I'm the sort of person who goes, I mean, I haven't done this for a very long time, but I go, oh yes, this is really happy, and then I might find the back of the sofa and just go and have a little sleep.
Yeah, listen, you're not wrong, and Stella, I quite enjoy it myself.
But I mean, as I said, I would much prefer.
You have all been sold by Saatchi and Saatchi.
I do like the taste, but I said I would much prefer a very nice Weiss beer, or, as I say, a Hoegaarden. Look, if I could do a bit of delirium. I mean, because 3 pints of that and you are delirious. So I mean, there's so many beers here. But maybe we could just do a 1 hour thing on beer sometime, Axel, and we could include, to make it obviously inclusive of Ukrainian beers as well, right? I think we could do that. We could do a tasting session.
And how would we start that? By saying Budmo.
I don't know. Would we?
It's Prost in Ukrainian.
Well,
okay, so not only with Gunny, all sorts of whiskey and the likes, now we have to do a beer space. Okay, well, that is obviously, I mean, you're talking to the right man.
Yes.
Ukrainian beer, it is then. I shall find a few contributions for that matter, and then we can highlight the qualities of this. Maybe even get a brewmaster who can actually talk about it. Probably a good idea, albeit that it sounds fanciful, but I can definitely tell you from time to time, someone who fights a lot needs some rest and recovery. And a pint of beer is not
R&R
bad.
is very, very important. Ando, are you going to tell us what beer you drink?
Guinness. I'm sorry. I drink Guinness. I tasted, so while I was in Germany, I made the point to drink only German beer, if possible, from the town in which I was at the time.
And that's still doable in Germany, in most cases. That's the cool thing about it.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But I have to say, Guinness is still a favorite. So I'm still rooting for them. I'm sorry, I had to say this, but if you do have a testing on beer, I might try to participate. So
we are equal
yeah.
opportunity offenders. We are very inclusive, and you'll be very welcome here.
Very much so. And I have to say, I am very much of the opinion that Murphy's
Is the
not
better beer.
Guinness.
Yes, 100%.
Yes, I'm not bitter. I'm Murphy's. It's much smoother and everything. It just doesn't. I mean, Guinness, because they've got a great logo, isn't it? Who can forget that harp, eh?
Murphy's Red Stout.
Right. But David, you have your hand up again. Wonderful.
We just created a civil war.
You'd like a Jack in the
We
Box.
created a civil war in Ireland.
Heathens. Guinness. Come on. Guinness is a top drink. Anyway, London Pride. Sorry.
Oh no.
We shouldn't turn this into a Marston's Old Empire, London Pride, Bishop's Finger, or Nun's Delight. Yeah. Anyway.
No, David.
Let's go into the 1,000,001 IPAs there, maybe.
Exactly.
Right.
The reason why we did this is it's the classic comic relief, which David and I do when we start again, because the topic otherwise. Sometimes we need a bit of R&R.
Of course, understood. But Hoegaarden, David, that's surely a Weiss beer, isn't it? Or Axel?
Well, is it a Weiss beer? I mean, it's a wheat beer. Is it Weiss? I don't know.
A Weiss beer. It is. That's not really true. That's the whole point about it. It's overgierig, yes, and it's but it is too flowery, and it is not a pure Weiss beer, even when it uses wheat. And then
that's what I like about it, the floweriness of it.
Flowery, fruity, acidic at the same time, cloudy, and not a Weiss beer.
Axel, I suspect that's your German side rather than your Frisian side speaking.
No, the Frisian would be Grolsch, if you were to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I got all Grolsched out in the 1980s, but occasionally I could do it.
I like Grolsch.
12 liters.
Yes, exactly. 2,000 litres. It was probably more than that in a month. Who knows? But anyway, with that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone, please, if you could share, retweet the space. Tell everyone we are talking about beer. And we will probably hit 20,000 listeners within about 2 minutes. For which point the space will crash and we'll be back to where we are. But anyway, listen, I would implore everyone to do that. And whilst you're doing that, I'm going to go through a preamble of reminding everyone why we're here. We're here for Ukraine. We're here to hopefully enable people or remind people that you can donate. You can donate the price of one beer. As little as that would be wonderful. Everything makes a difference. And we've done, I mean, there's so many things we've done, it's difficult to remember, but off the top of my head, we've done several things trying to remember. Yes, no, I know. We have the tourniquets, the mines, the Rehubidi unit. Help me out there, Axel. What's the the Rubige unit? Yes, exactly. That's so much easier for me to say. Rapid response. and her son, Chef Senya, who is providing food for people down in that's a very nice bit. I got distracted. So providing food to the people on the front line. There's so many things we've done and will continue to do, right? So just a reminder, when you've got a time, if you can, just 1 pint. That's all you have to do. If it was an expensive pint, or if maybe you don't drink beer and it's you drink wine, well, just think of it as a bottle of wine. And if you're a port drinker, make it a bottle of port, or if you like your whiskey, make it a bottle of whiskey. And for you champagne drinkers, then it has to be something like a Nebuchadnezzar, something like that. Right, there we are. As the drinks go up, the bottles get bigger. And with that, David, do you want to speak?
You talking to me?
I am, because I noticed that you were hot micing, and I assumed that you still had something to say.
No. Sorry for
David,
the
that is
dramatic
excellent radio.
anticlimax.
That is excellent radio. We couldn't make it up here at the Goon Show.
No, we can't. We just can't make it up. There is someone writing this script, and we need to blame the script writer. Who are we blaming today?
I think we're going to blame.
Mr. M?
We're going to blame. Today it's fancy pants. Sunday is Catholic, therefore it's proper high mass. Therefore we have to blame an Austrian.
You see, I've never seen a high mass. I mean, I've seen the inside of a church occasionally. It does burn a little bit, but but eventually I can get through the entrance. I really know nothing about high mass.
Well, then you should have been in Vienna in the 1990s when, say, Archcardinal Schönborn was still ordained there and constantly holding mass. It was a sight to see, even for those who are not Catholic, because the show is quite intense and comprehensive. But there you go.
I used to go to a hard house club at the end of the 1990s, just as the start of the noughties, that was called Mass because it was in a church. There we are.
That is, of course,
music.
terrible. This constant abuse in this absolutely hilariously blasphemic country, Blighty, which has now converted churches, proper churches, into apartments and the likes.
To a club. I mean, it was an amazing environment. I know.
Well,
it was absolutely amazing environment. Sound was brilliant.
Was it transcendent?
Well, it was when we had transcendental. I was going to say trance. Yes, when we had some trance. Yes, it was.
And who plays a lot of trance
Surely
music?
that's the whole point.
Who plays a lot of trance music for their videos?
For their videos?
The ZSU.
Is that us?
Yes, our Ukrainian forces. They play a lot of hard, heavy metal. They play a lot of trance. They play a lot of stuff in, say, modern, variations there of absolutely stunning stuff. I mean,
and here's the thing: there's someone I follow, Trance FM.
Sorry, was that
for
me?
Instance. No, we were talking about Trance FM, Ming, but we feel free. I will just finish that, and I'll get you.
We're talking about the merciless beast David has.
Axel, ich hatte keine Ahnung, dass du katholisch bist.
Bist du verrückt? Natürlich nicht.
Okay.
I can observe. I don't have to. I can observe. I don't have to imbibe.
I was just thinking that probably from your misspent youth in Vienna, you probably converted somehow.
No. I'm Frisian. We are free people. We don't convert. You can look up the history where Mr. Boniface found his demise.
But speaking of raves, I went to some crazy raves in Vienna in the Gasometer. I don't know if you were ever there.
That's
Axel.
a long time ago in the 3rd district. Jesus Christ.
It's a converted gas storage tank that became a rave venue.
Yeah. And they did this in the 90s.
The illegal rave parties.
No, that was
Are we going to
Jenna.
talk
Nothing
about?
was illegal. That was very well organized.
So,
and ticketed.
so we've got 5 minutes on trance parties and raves, and then we'll do something. So, but I'm desperate to hear what Mockers has to say about her trips to raves. Mockers.
Yeah, I'm afraid I was just a little bit too young by about 2 years.
But you like the music the
So I
Ukrainians
never
play
got
with the
to go
videos,
to
right,
them.
Marcus?
Of course, yeah. I love a lot of their music. However, I don't know if you've seen David. I've sent you some DMs because you know
No,
what
not
I'm
looking.
I like to pester people. But well, the large ammunition depot in Rikove.
Oh, no, I'm glad you mentioned that because I had forgotten, and I was in. Did I put it in the nest? I fully intended on putting it in the nest, but yes, keep talking, Mockers. This is exciting stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've had some satellite images come out, and well, it doesn't exist anymore, that building. In fact, there are a number of pictures now coming out about it, which show that it really did take a right good smack.
Way!
Indeed. And well, there's a little bit of information that's come out about the building as well, which I just thought I would read out because it's sweet. So, it was in these buildings and this territory that a generous amount of ammunition was stored, which was further transported to the Zaporizhia direction to fall on our heads. This railway artery has been known for a long time, and they have been delivering ammo there for days and months. For more than 8 months, they actively used this participation station. The territory was usually under guard by their elite troops, including the bearded men, the Akhmat, I suppose. The scale of destruction is maximum. There was a lot of ammo and it detonated for 5 to 6 hours. As of now, after the explosions in Lazerny and Rikovo, at least 200 single-cell military and a very large number of 300, with various types of injuries, limb amputations, etc., are known. Lazerne will be closed and people searched. I remind you that all residents of the temporarily occupied territories, if there are military facilities, equipment, ammunition locations near you, you will be definitely attacked, so you need to stay away from them. Collaborators do not interest. They still have a lot to go through because of their betrayal. There is more to come. So I'm not even sure who made that statement, but I like it.
Yes, it is quite good, isn't it? I've put some tweets in the nest, by the way. So you can get to see the extent of the damage. Yes, that's very, very good. Yes, we like that. Thank you very much, Mockers. Now, if you had to pick a track, a trance, or in fact, we won't. Let's not limit it just to trance. But if you had to pick a house or trance track or dance, what track would you go to? Something with large bangs in it, Mockers. What would you pick?
I had a friend who mixed Here Comes the Rain Again by Annie Lennox into another song. And to be honest, that would be my choice.
It was mixed into what song?
Mockers.
Yeah, it was a great song.
You know what? I don't know what it was mixed into, but I used to have it on tape and I played it that much I wore it out. But
tape, Grandma, tape.
Aye, lad, tape.
Are you now becoming ageist, David? I mean, seriously.
I have.
May I highlight that I once had a DAT recorder because beforehand I completely, utterly killed off the Revox.
did you say the wax recording
Revox.
machine that you had?
The Revox.
Yeah, the wax, the
You
thing that
silly
did the
old
wax,
chump.
right? And you probably had a piano that used to play with you. You used to load it with something, right? And go, look, I'm playing, but it was playing for you, didn't you, Axel?
What is it with
That's
your obsession
garbage.
of pianolas?
Well, I mean, roll out the barrel is one of them. Roll out the barrel of, I mean, look, I would probably prefer barrel of brandy, but yes, I won't get greedy. But yeah, no, I thank you very much for that. That Mockers that's a very, very large explosion. Right? It's flattened things. Although I'm laughing. Of course, it did belong to a Ukrainian once. That's just. But there is good news about this, though, isn't there, Mockers? I'm going to do question and answer to Mockers. What has America now agreed to do, which is wonderful?
I don't know, David. What has America now agreed to do?
Oh, right. We're going to play that one.
Don't you
Okay,
know, David?
America has.
Don't you know, David?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I do know. Right. So America has agreed to the stuff that they've impounded, collected, whatever you want to call it, money and assets that are Russian. They've now passed a law that they could give it to Ukraine. All that stuff that they've been collecting that's Russian can now go to Ukraine. That's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
That was the House resolution, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know which house they were trying to take, but I guess it includes the house somewhere, Axel.
Oh, God, no. I thought it was the House resolution I thought it was the House resolution as opposed to already Senate approval, but we'll see.
Yeah, no, it's very good. There was someone, I think it was there was a Sean Smith who replied to say, with his 15 followers, replied to say, isn't that theft? Well, no, there's the thing. This is what societies are able to do. We can create laws so it's not theft. We've made it legal. And this is what we should do. If there are murderous, genocidal nations, take it away, and there we are. And actually, I have to say, Axel, I've believed all along that this could be one of the best weapons to remind China that they probably don't want to be doing anything with Taiwan. All of those buildings and the assets that they've got around the world, I'm sorry, you've invaded, we need to pay for that, and there we are. Right? I think that would be done deal. This is how to settle in a very middle class way these arguments. No, this is going to really cost you. I did expect you to say yes. That's very good, David.
David, as much as I would like to say yes, I'm trying to find out whether this was actually just coming out of committee or being consented to.
No, they've passed it.
Do you have a link?
I mean, you're going to make me try and find it, Axel. Oh, right, okay. Let me see if I can find it. It was earlier today, and I do tweet about 3,000 a day, so it's going to be a while. So it does mean you're going to have to talk for a moment, albeit it does mean I have to be silent for a moment.
With great ease, because first and foremost, we have a. Sorry.
In the nest.
Oh, is it? Did I put it in the nest? Oh, right. Well done, David, for that. Or did someone else put it in the nest?
Okay, so they haven't passed it. 2 days ago it was introduced. Okay, that's just that. Let's have a little look-see.
While Axel's looking, would you like to hear some more good news?
Mockers, you
Bring
know
them on.
I'm always up for good news. We need good news. There's not enough of it.
Well, in this case, the Russian deputy commander of the Storm Ossetia Battalion, he's called Tekov Avengo. Well, no, he's no longer called Tekov.
He's no
Avengo
longer, isn't he?
because he's no longer. That's right. He has been confirmed dead in Piatakati. Piatakatki.
That's the village that Ukrainian armed forces did liberate.
Yes, and also, along with him, almost his entire battalion is claimed to be no longer with us.
And Mockers, do you want to ask me how I knew about said event?
Because you talked about it 5 minutes before I turned up?
No, not at all. This is actually for once in my life, I actually did something that was quite sensible. I've worked it out separately because those the Russian mill bloggers are talking about a massacre of Ukrainian troops, right? And so in some place called Orishka or something like that, right? And I thought, oh, that's odd. Right. So I then went, what do they normally do when something dreadful happens to their side?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, today they confirmed, I mean, this is coming from a Russian source now. He left like a real fighter, a brave warrior. Together with his unit, they were surrounded. None of the fighters retreated and decided to stand to the last, and almost the entire battalion died. Eternal memory to these heroes. And then somebody's put whole battalion. How so? 300 people plus equipment, a nightmare. Where was the support? This is complete beep. So yeah.
The ad.
That one.
Yep, that's how I found out, because I went, why are they talking about a massacre of Ukrainians? Oh yeah, they normally talk about things like this when it's gone very badly wrong for them, right? Which is quite good.
And it's going bad all the time for them.
Yeah, it is, and they lost another KA-52, didn't they, Mockers? So I've created a splattergram for the KA-52s, which is a KA-52 with a Batman splat on it and a number. So I'm going to call it a splattergram from now on. So I'm going to keep that updated when we get another splat, and we could just get that out there eventually. And then I mean, here's the thing: I suspect the Russians might start blaming Batman if they get enough splattergrams. Batman, he's just happened again, hasn't he?
You also could add a fly swapper or something.
I'm not that good with graphics. It's really basic stuff. I can do a layer occasionally, but if I've got to cut something out complex, I struggle with the stick man. But Mockers, you put your hand up to say you're very good with graphics.
And not particularly, but I am very good at spotting explosions, and there is apparently a new explosion. Again, along that coastline in occupied Skadovsk. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
And Skadovsk is important. Why, David? Why is Skadovsk as a little port so important?
See, I'm going to have to remind myself where it is. Because I thought Skadovsk was sort of. I thought it was west of Crimea.
It is northwest of Crimea, and in the southwestern part of the Kherson Oblast. It is also. It was.
So it is the same place.
Yeah, it is. It was the starting place of part of the German naval assault as part of their approach to the island of Crimea once.
Well, so that's very interesting because when I did not know that, Axel. What I did know was when I was looking at it, I was thinking that might be an ideal place if you were going to do a naval op with some fast boats to go along the coast there and then go towards Crimea if you were going to do something. Weirdly, I apparently by accident came up the same decision the Germans did after.
You must have
Yeah,
been a
it's amazing what you can do by
Yeah,
accident.
you must have been a frogman sometimes.
Yeah.
Haven't you? So-
Maybe I was, but often I come up to the right decision by accident, which has led me to the belief you much better to be lucky than to be skillful. Red Dwarf confirmed that to me as well.
All right. The bill, Mockers, if I may just say, so this is the bipartisan bill, and that's the resolution which was brought in. Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas, who is the chairman of the House Subcommittee and the Committee for Foreign Affairs, actually is the one who brought it up together with Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, a liberal icon on the Democratic side of the Senate. And it's a bipartisan bill designed to create the opportunity for the White House to actually take action, which is interesting because the legislation, as it's summarized also on the committee page, actually gives the president the authority to confiscate Russian sovereign assets that have been frozen in the United States and transfer them to assist in Ukraine's reconstruction efforts. That is very, very interesting because it still leaves it, of course, in the hands of the president, as that is an executive power. Because it pertains to the bilateral relationship with another state. And I would think that typically constitutionally he would have to then give, say, Antony Blinken some note on this matter. And it's interesting because, of course, it is a signal from the Congress, from both chambers as such. And in as much as it may then come to the point that they will actually agree to it, because I haven't seen yet that this has been actually the REPO Act. This is the Rebuilding Economic Prosperity and Opportunity REPO for Ukrainians Act. It has been introduced, but I can't see that it has been voted upon. So let's assume that it will be voted upon right on time for the subcommittee hearing meetings upcoming in regard to the position of the US on the Vilnius summit and war in Ukraine, where the subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House will actually have a discussion on June the 22nd, which will be interesting to see. And for those people who can't believe that the center must hold or wouldn't believe that it would actually hold, you can see bipartisan action right there in that committee. This is the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House. And funnily enough, they seem to think alike.
We like it when things come together. Mockers.
Yes, I've just got another little bit of news for you, which I did have in front of me, and then I wandered off. There we go. So in Kursk today, there was a bit of an incident. There was an explosion in a fire in a warehouse with fuel and lubricant materials. Seems to be a bit of a theme going on there, doesn't there? And locals report that there are still power outages.
Oh, talking about power outages. I'm not even finished my bit. I can't even say it. Power outages. Still can't say it. Anyway, what happened last week? It was last week when we had the outages in Crimea, didn't we, Mockers?
Yes. No, it was just a couple of days ago.
It feels like was it only a couple of days? Yeah, genuinely, it feels like a week.
Saturday.
Did you say Saturday?
Yeah, 48 hours ago. Yeah, it was Saturday.
Really? I mean, really did think it was a week. Gosh, right. But time's working in a very strange manner. I mean, I'll be 75 very soon if it carries on like this. But yes. Anyway,
What do you think of what I just sent you, David?
yes. Well, I assume that means I should be looking at what you've just sent me. Was that via Twitter?
Yeah.
We got all the jokes here.
Marcus, you need to send him a Telegram messenger. You know, every 5 minutes he has to go to the door.
Pigeon. Anyway.
I am looking.
And well, it's a huge boom, but
can I read it?
Yeah, feel free.
Oh, it's a lot, right? And I would like to say I'd like to read it. So this is P-Star 1. Thank you very much. He's a very ardent listener of the space. Wonderful, wonderful chap. Anyway, and it's titled "Humongous Explosion." Russians stuffed 6 tons of TNT in a tank and sent it to the positions of the armed forces of Ukraine. About 100 meters away, it hit a mine. The detonation was caused by subsequent RPGs. I don't know the fate of the Ukrainian soldiers. The tank seems to be a T-54 or T-55. Those tanks were not meant to be static, as some speculated. It is a huge explosion, isn't it? 100 meters away, they'll be fine.
Thank goodness it hit a mine, though, hey?
It is, right? And so presumably this means they are now remote controlling tanks. Because I'm pretty certain that it didn't mean that they had they had 6 tons of TN or 6 tons of explosives in a T-55, and someone said, Igor said, "All right, I'll drive it."
Well, you would hope nobody was driving it, but you just never know, do you?
Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna do a little bit. 6 tons is a lot. I'm gonna check out the UN calculator for this as to how the safe distances and the rest of it. I can guarantee you it's not in a safe distance, but I will. Let's work it out here. 1 second.
I just wonder what sort of desperation this kind of attack shows. You know, it speaks of some level of
desperation.
Desperation.
Yeah. Because it's just extraordinary. I mean, 6 tons. It's basically along the lines of they go, let's just put more in. So maybe they started off with 500 grams and then just and then went up. Right. I mean, that probably for 500 grams would account for every single tank, isn't it? And then they just go up and up and up, and then eventually they just say, yes, right, I will. Let's put 6 tons in.
Alrighty. So, and with that in mind, David, why are we here?
We are here to help Ukraine.
How do we do that?
You're asking me difficult questions.
I know,
but we do. I mean, it's you are starting to confuse me now, Axel.
I know. We keep the
so you're gonna have to help me out.
Keep the candle burning by shining the light on Ukraine, by giving Ukrainian voices and data on Ukraine proper prominence in the public sphere. Why is that important, David? Why would that be important? Of all things.
You're going to have to finish it for me, Axel.
It's very straightforward and simple, because otherwise Ukraine will not be front of mind. Because if we look through the front pages of newspapers and the likes, there's always a tendency to fall back into complacency. There's always a tendency to fall back into normal. It's always a tendency to push something which is a conflict or a regional war or the Ukraine war into a little corner, back to page 3, maybe page 5, and into the commentary, and maybe into the documentary sections relegated to the weekend. That must not happen. This is ultimately the end of the Second World War, the tail end. This is ultimately the final fight which needs to be won in order to deter authoritarian regimes. This is the key fight for democracy and freedom in Europe, but without which there won't be freedom on this planet. Because if Mordor can come through, if Mordor can survive now in its Russian incarnation, then evil will creep up on us. There is both a pleasure in supporting Ukraine, and it is a privilege that we're allowed to do it, but there's a moral imperative. Because if we do not help Ukraine fight and win, it will be all of us and our children fighting over and over again and against worse odds. Therefore, we support Ukraine. Therefore, we're here since the night of the 23rd to 24th of February last year. That's why our teams have continuously evolved and come to what we are now today. We're a US charity, 501c3. We can monumentally impact things by our small measure, with our small force, by putting at least one finger on the scale of history. And that is to keep the candle burning, raise donations for rightful causes and righteous causes as we've done. And if you have disposable income, if you have anything which you can give, even if it is just the value of a pint of beer, think about it. There are currently Ukrainian soldiers, men and women, fighting in the trenches as planners, as drone pilots. There are young men and women currently training to be soldiers. There are young men and women currently helping soldiers recover from wounds and accidents and shelling. There are doctors treating them. And these all are in need of support. So please, give graciously if you can. Thank you. And that's why we're here.
There you are,
David.
Axel. So eloquently said, and thank you very much for helping me out there. I was very much struggling at the with those questions. It's one of those days. Just one of those days. Right. So, David, was it
Should
David?
we go to Mr. David Bailey? There's another
He's
David.
got his hand up. I
called
know.
for the Bailey. I called for the Bailey whilst you were drinking Baileys.
At the Bailey.
Yes, I mean Axel's nailed it basically, but the point is the agency, right? So I mean, if you want to do something in your life, then you have the right to do it. In other places, you can't, and the frontier at the moment is the border between Ukraine and Russia. And if you want to protect that, then you have to stand up, and that's what we're doing. That's what we do here on MriyaReport. Anyone else who wants to join us, you're more than welcome. Join, retweet the space. That's what we're here for. We're here for everybody individually, and together we can change the world.
100%.
Exactly.
All right, what else is happening in Ukraine tonight? We've heard so much today, despite the fact that, of course, because Sundays and wars don't care for weekends, Sundays, holidays, anything. Wars continue. What else did happen today? Marcus, you were here
Well,
earlier.
here's the thing. But I don't. I do apologise. I'm going to diss you, mockers. We have something to talk about. We know. We talked about it a little bit earlier, didn't we, Axel?
We do.
Yes, and it's when you look at the photograph, you think that could be any sandy beach somewhere.
Yes, true. But then it is something artificially created, quite literally.
Just like the beaches in Lanzarote as well, artificially created. Yeah, no, it's pretty much so. And it's looking very, very dry. I mean, if that is, I mean, it's certainly not mud, right? It's the wrong color for it to be mud.
Yeah.
And it's very, very, very interesting because because this is a man-made area, so you probably have to assume that that area is probably quite easy going. By that I mean won't be it's not 20 meters of silt or something. It'll be something that will go quite firm quite quickly, right? And what does that mean?
You can see it by the color that it is that wind. I mean, heat, solar radiation. The wind has already shaped it. It had been beforehand compacted by means of the stream going through the middle. The weight of the water on it, and the soil has been previously compressed during the construction period already. So all the area up to Berislav is significantly harder than it ever was before.
And that's the interesting thing, isn't it? It's a shame. If only we could get John Howarth up, right? That would be really useful, wouldn't it?
True. But then again, he, as he said, he ate his own weight in food today because of Father's Day.
He's probably digesting several chickens at this moment. But yes, look. So the thing is that all of these things we've talked about before, we've said consistently said that the Ukrainians will have war gained out what they needed to do should the dam be blown. Right, the dam's blown. They've enacted a plan. They went, yeah, okay. They've closed the water up further up the river off, which was basically dried it out more quickly. I would have, and I would be. I mean, maybe they haven't. Maybe they have, but I'd be very surprised that they haven't already had divers in that area just going, yep, okay, this stuff is really firm, right? And give it an idea.
Put the photo up in the nest,
then,
or did you already? Is it?
I think I've already put something up.
Oh, you did. You did. Oh, that's great. Yeah, peace down. Put it up. Oh, okay, Thank you. So this is the what? Oh God, this is 2, 3, 4th tweet in the nest for everyone who hasn't seen it quite yet. Because David and I, we're not obsessed with this, but we think it's vitally important.
We are obsessed. Don't lie, Axel.
Okay.
We are obsessed with this.
We are enthralled. We remain enthralled by the opportunities which have been created all along that line. Because if you look at the map yet again, from Nova Kakhovka all the way to where essentially the Dnipro River basin opens up. So take your map, go to your Google Maps or your Google Earth, whatever you prefer. So you prefer, your preferred provider of maps and map data, and you look at it, and you can see that there is a long corridor. What's it? Is that 85 kilometers or something?
It's a long way.
Yeah, it's 85 kilometers to the tip of that little peninsula where Babine is on the, so to say, in this case, on the eastern side of the Dnipro River basin, the currently temporarily occupied eastern side, and Babine is on that level, and that is where essentially the Dnipro River basin has opened up. You could say that maybe 3-4 kilometers below it is already the case, and so on an 80-kilometer range, Russian troops, whilst they may have planned for quite some time that they would explode the dam, it's quite likely because they did, of course, mine it. The question is, have they managed to mine everything along that road? Have they managed to mine the coastal areas? And if so, where and how much? Because this TO-804 the T229 off it. These are vital roads. Now, how would you do it, David?
The mine it. No,
How would
well,
how would
here's
you
the thing.
take the area? Where would you look at?
Oh, right. I need to look at the map now because I was thinking the thing is drinking. The thing is when I let me go to the map, and I already had that up on there. The bit is that right. Just wonder how much have they mined. I know they liberally use mines. If we change a little bit of what we're saying, I'm not so sure whether they will have mined east of Novakhovka. I think there's that area there, right? And because I think that even though the dam was dammed up, I think most people thought it wasn't going to happen. And because there was such I'm assuming there was a bit of a rush to do this. So I'm just thinking, you know what, they haven't made many changes. If I was going to make a dash for Crimea, right, and then you would probably go down that really straight road that just takes them towards it. How much of the coast is mined? I mean, they used astonishingly large numbers of mines, but I think the Ukrainians will know a lot of where this is because the locals will still be passing a lot of information back.
I think the big question is what's available, right? So what's happened since the Kakhovka Dam's been breached? I mean, no one really knows that, but if anyone knows it, the Ukrainians know it, right? The Russians have probably not got a clue, and so they might have mined this bit or that bit, but no one really knows where you can make a decent breach.
So the thing is, right? So there's different ways that you could look at this. So we already know. So the large sections of the reservoir were mined in the reservoir, right? But you can't, because of the depth of water. They're not. Whilst they are anti-tank mines, they're not pressure plates. They are what's known as tilt switches, right? So something hits the tilt switch, it breaks, it goes off, right? But because they're laid on the bottom of the water, right, they're really easy to see now because you don't dig these things in underwater. You just lay them on the surface, you anchor them, or maybe not anchor them, but they're very easy to see once they're on something flat. So you can clear those very easily. And then the next question is, right, so if you've got the Ukraine has some very big roads. So there are other places where you go, okay, we know that the Russians aren't great at mining roads. They just typically just leave mines on top of the surface of the road. If you wanted to do something properly, you would find culverts or you would dig under a road and leave a large amount of explosives. In fact, leaving something like that 6 tons of explosives they put into a tank, putting that under a road into a culvert would be a great idea. You wouldn't just do it in one. You would create more than one or two, and just so what you would do is be effectively blocking people from going forwards, then going backwards, and then you would have some sort of artillery trap or whatever for which you might be able to make a bit of an unpleasant time for any vehicles going through, right? But Ukraine's vast; it's just huge, and what we've noticed is the Russians haven't been great at doing these sort of sabotage things that you would expect from partisans. And what I would also expect is that the partisans in this instance, who are in this area, will have in actual fact checked a lot of these areas and gone, yeah, no, this bit's clear, this bit clear, and because Ukraine has their own intel, right? They get to watch stuff as well. They'll have watched the Russians in terms of directions they're going. What are their routes that they're using? They're not using that route. Wonder why they're not using that route. There'll be a reason for why they're not using that route. then they'll go, okay, they've established that route is something that's been mined, right? Okay, we can't use that, we can use this. Where have they dug in their defensive positions? Are they facing in this direction? Are they not facing in this direction? And all of the million other questions. It's and really, really, yeah. I mean, when you think about those bits, it's incredibly interesting to see what could they do, because there are several routes they could take. All of which, in those routes, because if they were crossing, the east of where the dam was, none of these routes will be flooded anyway. So that flood was meaningless with regards to crossing the Dnipro, or what is now a valley.
And this brings us back to those who have said, okay, fine, there will be swampy areas, will be hard to cross, there's a deep stream and the likes. We spoke about the foldable tracks, the foldable roads already a couple of times. The Ukrainians also have received from at least 5 nations a lot of kit built by Italians, by Germans, by Americans and the likes, in terms of pontoon bridges, mobile pontoon bridges, bridges which can act as ferry components and or pontoon bridges. So there's a significant capability vested in the Ukrainians at this point in time. And the overbridging equipment they have is also quite significant. So as a consequence, they can operate very flexibly depending on what the situation demands from them. I think, David, they are in a reasonably good position.
Yeah, they've got loads of kit, right? Bridging equipment, that's really good. I mean, where Borislav is and the Dnipro is concerned, what they really need are the support stuff. That's that overlay material that you put over something that's a bit squishy to stop tanks from dropping into quicksand and the rest of it. They just need a vast quantity of that. But the rest of it, as you say, right, if they blow up a little bridge, then you just bridge across it. All that does is become an obstacle. But when I've watched the places where they've blown some places up, especially the other dams, a lot of it doesn't make sense. You go, well, why did you blow that up? That didn't quite make sense. Why are you doing that there, right? As opposed to, why haven't you blown a bridge or a crossing somewhere else? And I keep going back to, because we're now into summer, where guess what we do know is that the levels of the water drop significantly in this region, because it gets really astonishingly hot. So when we looked at stuff in the inhulets, right, which is a little bit further north of going north of Kherson, some of those bits of the inhulets are almost fordable. So in the summer, so you have to expect that maybe that might be the same elsewhere as well. So everything is eminently bridgeable. Many of them, right? And there's always more than one way of crossing, right? So even if you didn't have a bridge, can you just fill that area in? Could a couple of bulldozers in an hour just put enough stuff into the water so you could just cross it? So you don't have to bridge everything. You could just make your own small dam. Sure, it might get washed away eventually, but there's loads of ways you could do this.
Alrighty, Edward. Have you been doing some bridging operations when in Germany? I mean, the RAF doesn't do much bridging, doesn't it?
No, but I wanted to ask a bridging question, because I was looking at the old Wehrmacht maps from 1943, and it seems that there was a bridge from sort of Nikopol to Enerhodar at one time, when the reservoir didn't exist. And so I'm wondering if that, I know we've seen these dried out bits from Berislav to Kakovka, but maybe further upstream there might be some opportunities as well.
Well, that will be equally as dry up there, because the water flows, as you know, if it's dry down at Berislav, there's nothing up the top either. So So all of these areas will be eminently crossable. And what they've done is, as you said, I mean, it's just it's just an extraordinary distance that they've given themselves as an extra front to be to doing something. And there are so many places. If you've got, and they do have, if they have decent IFVs and the rest of it, and IFVs have a considerable hitting power, right? And not only that, they carry infantrymen who can carry, they could carry SAMs, or they could carry anti-tank guided missiles as well, right? So they can carry all the ammunition they've got. They have these big guns on the top. Let's just say the CV90s have these 40 mil autocannons on the top of them, and they can do a significant amount of damage. So the Russians have opened up this whole area as a potential front, but they just don't have the troops. They've just made their problem so much worse. Because before that was a barrier, and now it's not a barrier. The thing that's going for them in this event is, right, but it's still a problem, right, is that because they're quite big distances. So I think over at Nikopol to Enerdar, I think that's maybe 10 miles, something like that, or maybe it's 10 kilometers. So that's a pretty flat place. So if you had a couple of flares go up at night time, it would just be like watching someone on a plane, right? And they would be a very, very easy target. But when you were talking about, so I'm just measuring this now. I'm just doing a rough guess. Yeah, okay. So as Axel said, so it's 100 from
PLAIN.
Yes, yeah. So from Novakovka up towards Zaporizhzhia in a straight line is 180 kilometers. If you were to measure all of those curves and the rest of it, you probably got something like a call it a coastline, because that's sort of what it is, a coastline of maybe 250 kilometers. Well, yeah, okay. Even if that's 250 kilometers, even at 10 men per kilometer, you need a lot of people. At 100 men per kilometer, right, and 100 men per kilometer, you'll still get, if a brigade wanted to get over, you're not going to have enough people. And 100 men per kilometer is still going to need 25,000 troops, all of them who have to be supplied. Right, they've just created this problem. Because they didn't think it through. Had a barrier, and now it's just become a bigger problem for them. Sorry.
I was just going to say that. So the thing is, from Zolotobalka to Novokhovka, this is a really small stretch of river, right? So I mean, it's not. Who controls Zaporizhzhia? Ukraine.
Yes, exactly. Zaporizhzhia right at the top. Yes. So there's a bubble of people, haven't they? Enerdar, right? The stuff that they've got. So if you were going to zoom in, right, and let's just go say midway. There's a whole load of places here that you go to. Let's just say there's where the reservoir sort of goes down more into a river type place, and you've got that sort of peninsular island area, and there's a whole load of places. They're not usually populated places, are they? There's Pevromeniekava or something like that, I think, or Sunivka. Those places, these are all places that are, crossable.
Yeah, I mean, from Babinia to Novokhovka, if you look at the map.
Where's Babinia? Give me an idea.
Yeah. There's a whole kind of, what is it? It's like 50, 60 No, it's probably 80 kilometers stretch of the river that's going to be now bridgeable.
Yeah, I mean, not bridgeable. I mean, these are kilometers, but you're not bridging it. You don't need to bridge it. You just need to cross it.
Drive through it.
It's become a beach.
I understand. I understand.
Now, so it's just but the questions are only how solid is the ground? How solid is that footing? Right, and can you get vehicles over it? Right, so then there's the bit of where are you? Where's the troops? What's their response time? I mean, I'm just going to randomly, right? So I'm just picking a place on the river, right? Not the river. We call it the beach now, right? So there's let's call it Velekea, right? Which is just it's in the which is about 50 kilometers up there, and there's a place called Duchani on the other side, on the right hand side of the reservoir, right? So if we go from there, I'm going to measure the distance. The distance is 7 kilometers, so it's 4.4 miles. There's a whole load of these places, so there's 4 miles apart, right? So, but they're everywhere. So if you go, this area doesn't appear to be well defended, because suddenly they need so many people. What's the response time of Russians, right? We know the Russians, their response time isn't great, right? And how are they going to get there? So if they were going to respond in a dead of night, right? So therefore, and you've got, say, you've got a brigade or whatever who wants to cross, and the rest of it, you've got your artillery lined up, right? You know that there are people there, and then you start a crossing. So what you need to do is you would have some vehicles go over. I think it was last week I put up this kit that you can use, and it just unrolls. It's call it aluminium. Think of it as basically aluminium decking that's connected, and you just do a 100-meter roll and unroll it. In the good old days, right? Because where you care about stuff, then there might be some sort of thing about what you're going to do with that vehicle. But on this instance, you would just drive it out of the way. You would just drive it onto it. Doesn't matter if it sinks, and you would drive another one onto it, and another one onto it, and another one onto it, until you got across. Right? Each one of these vehicles, so you need 40 vehicles. You might not need 40 vehicles, because what you do is hopefully by now, they would know just how firm that footing is.
Yeah, so, but what are we saying? We're saying that there's between Novokhovka and let's say Nikopol, for example, or Zolota Balka, there are just multiple points of crossing across there, and Ukrainians
An
can just
infinite
decide.
amount of crossing points.
Yeah, I mean, they can just decide where they want to do it, right?
Exactly, that's my point, right? So
yeah.
My point is that because they've created this area that needs to be defended, and they don't have the troops to do it, and even at 100 people per kilometer, they can't defend all of it. So what do they do? And if you've got 10 people, so you've got 100 people, right, wherever they are, and they're 10 kilometers away, how quickly can you get them there as a QRF? The thing, yeah.
They're so screwed. It's funny almost, yeah. I
No,
mean,
that's the point.
Screwed.
Yeah. I did laugh. I've laughed about this a couple of times. It's just because they've just created this much bigger problem. I mean, the genocide and the disaster and the catastrophe to the civilians and the people who live below the dam is just astonishing. But on another scale, they've just opened themselves up to being, taking it non-lubed, basically, because what can they do? They just can't hold that area. So all it is a case of people going in there, finding out how solid is that footing. And there we are. Once you go, this is quite solid, there we are. That's great. You drive your vehicle out, and there may be some soft areas for which you put those 100 meter sections of stuff that go over it, right? And you just drive something over. Once you're over, and you've got people going over in numbers in their IFVs, they fan out, take that area, and what do you have? The Ukrainians have this incredibly accurate artillery. If they've set up their forward observation points, right? So they call in the artillery. They might even, you'd probably expect they would have a whole shed load of drones with thermals on it over there, going spotting, going here we are, here we are, here we are, bang, bang, bang. There's vehicles coming in from this direction. They're coming up the road at this point. Okay, then bang, 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 etc. Right? They're in a very, very, it's an interesting position, and they'll be worrying, right? Because they've got they've got several things to worry about as well. So assuming they took a position that was approximately halfway between Nikopol and Novakhovka, right? There are two directions that they could go. They could go all the way to Melitopol, or they could just go, oh, we're not going there. We're going to go to Crimea instead, right? So where's all the troops? The Russians don't know which direction they'll be going. So many problems. And here's the thing. They could just go at Novakhovka. They could just bridge at Novakhovka, because guess what? That's a much, much smaller area, and the footing is already being apparently, it seems to be very, very firm. So they could just bridge across at Novakhovka, and that would be really quick, because between where the dam was, that's only 600 meters.
And the stream there, whilst it is of course channeled and fast, it's relatively narrow and something which they can bridge even under fire.
Why haven't they done that already?
Because they'll be waiting for the right situation. So at the moment, and this is the bit we've got, so the fighting's up in the sort of the east, right, and they're going there. That they're setting up a situation. They may have no intention of going here, but they're asking the question of the Russians, going, well, do you want to leave some people over here? Or do you want to move them all? We don't know. This really starts as, I think they're saying there's only 10% of Ukrainian forces have been are out there at the moment. So it's just all those different questions. When you're trying to outfox someone, you set up a series of situations that
you're good.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so now, because they're stunningly stupid, they've set up a situation that's made it even worse for them. Because beforehand, right, when it was Novakhovka, right, they had all that area before the troops, Novakhovka to Melitopol. But now they've halved that distance for vehicles to go, right? And they're coming from a different direction that they probably didn't set out those defensive positions for. I mean, all of it. We know we've been saying this for over a year. None of it makes any sense. In June, with Kherson, they should have just left, gone, here we are, right, and entrenched themselves, and they didn't do that. They just left more people to die there, left it to the last moment, and they ran Bakhmut, and all of the other things. It's just stellar incompetence, I would call it.
Yeah, quite honestly, I've become totally relaxed about the fact that they're going to get kicked out of everywhere in Ukraine, and they're going to be back to the 1991 borders. So I think that's a given.
It's just
only question.
It's the timing, the effort, the resources spent on it, and it requires so much. It's like crossing a swamp, by tiptoeing on the relevant stones. You have to get everything right in order to cross over. There's no way that you can fail, and the Ukrainians cannot afford to fail. And it's extremely tiring, but they know that they can do it if they do it right. So they have to be super bloody focused. There will be mistakes, there will be losses, people will die, thousands will die. But they can see it, how they can solve it. And that is exactly what General Saluzhny and Sitsky said in their interviews, if you remember, in the phase last autumn. And we discussed it here, David, George, and I, we discussed it here, how these interviews already reflected their thinking, their approach, their respect for their troops, and their planning capacity. And we can see that now.
Yep. It's inevitable. The only question is the time frame in which it can be achieved.
Does anyone know if they've shut the dam off at Zaporizhia? Have they stopped the water flow?
So I don't know where they've stopped it, but
I haven't heard anything about the water flow in Zaporizhia, and I think I'm not hearing David. Can anybody else hear David? David, say something. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you, but I think it's your problem.
I'm gonna have to
there,
recycle.
George.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
He didn't. I mean, David, you and I could both hear him.
Let's
right?
blame George. I could hear George. Yes,
I could hear you, Axel. I just can't hear David.
Oh yeah, well then
It's
you
coming
have to really recycle.
Yes, it's coming across like a little, like two little church mouses trying to pray for something.
Okay, well then you drop, and let's hope that Nancy will elevate you. All right, David. I don't know who you see. I see on my limited screen. I see a red arrow kind of thingy. It's very strange.
a red arrow. The RAF are here. Yes, you do. There is a red arrow. It looks like a red arrow. That's the angry. In fact, it's the anger. There we are. Can't even finish it.
Before I get into my rant, I just want to say that was it last year or the year before? A couple of years ago, the Red Arrows came to North America, and they flew across Canada in formation with the Snowbirds. And you can take the pictures and take a straight edge, against those aircraft, and they are in such perfect formation that scientists can calibrate their instruments by it. It was a thing of beauty. I just want to roll back to the artillery piece that you're talking about because of reasons. I was going to mention that I can I'll put money on it that the Ukrainians had pre-registered targets from their drones, because it's not that far away. It's a jaunt that a drone can make. And we see these videos that the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is sending out, or are sending out. I'll use some proper English there for our UK hosts. They're sending out show that they're eliminating Russian tanks in columns. So they're nailing them on the move, which for those that know, they know, and is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's very much a beautiful thing. This is the thing, isn't it? This is what has happened with the Ukrainian ultra accuracy. What they can do. The targeting coming from drones and all the other bits and pieces. It's going to be a deeply unpleasant place for the Russians, right? As soon as you said, everything's pre-targeted. They've been able to plan this out in meticulous fashion. There you are.
Well, I think that, I am by no means a military expert, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Did you like the ice machine?
Yes, I actually stole the ice machine. We see the Ukrainians advance, and then they stop. And a lot of people are going, oh, well, the Russians are pushing them back. And I dare say, no. What they're doing is they're pushing and they're waiting for the Russians to commit their reserves. And I think this whole exercise in the South is waiting for the Russians to commit their reserves to something. Because once the Russians commit and they're fixed, then it's game on.
100%.
Well, I've said it, and I think we've said it, here on the space. I think we're still in a shaping phase. I don't. Obviously, we haven't seen the main attack because we haven't seen all the brigades that we know exist. So this is part of a shaping campaign, and whether it's to make the Russians commit their reserves in a certain area to hit them somewhere else, or what the plan is, we don't know. But obviously, this is not the main attack, and it's getting interesting because, in the last 3 days, 4 Ka-52s have eaten something, whether it's a Strela, a Stinger, a Hawk missile, something's starting to bring those things down.
Indeed, and I dare say behind the and maybe David or George, you can comment further on this. Those other 10 brigades that haven't committed yet, I dare say they're just burning fuel. They're moving from salient to salient all around the map because they know the Russians have satellite coverage of the area. But keep those things on the move and keep them guessing.
How many brigades have got altogether?
What do you mean? How many? Who has how many brigades? David, could you, whilst my poodles go funky here, could you repeat that question, please?
Including the legacy brigades, they have 26.
And they've got 5 committed.
I think so. I believe so. Which wouldn't make sense if we say 5 committed, because there's only supposed to be 10%. Maybe they do have 20%, 25% committed now. Who knows? But there's a lot in reserve. That's probably the way to say it.
That's my point.
Yeah, and you know what? There's a video circulating around, and it's a little bit ambiguous, but it looks like the Russians packed an older tank and tried to send it on some kind of kamikaze mission.
It's in the nest.
Is it?
It is. Yes.
So what? What are they running out of artillery? They couldn't hit the tree line, so they decided to send this kamikaze thing. This way. Obviously, that's not going to work. Once the Ukrainians get a whole wind of what they're trying to do, they're just going to, hit these things from like 500-600 meters out with some kind of ATGM or a Carl Gustav or something like that, and that'll be it. Because remember, if these are T-55s, they have no protection against even RPGs. That's why their armor became pretty much obsolete pretty quickly.
You can take them out with foul language.
Yeah, I mean, look, a 25mm chain gun's going to go through some of those things, aren't they? So I don't know. I assume that they'd made it remote controllable and packed it full of explosives. It's just funny in its stupidness, right?
Well, it just it's the second greatest army in the world is resorting to tactics used by ISIS and the Taliban and stuff like that. So
Yeah, no, yeah. I've been laughing a lot today. None of it really makes sense, and it will just get become more and more sort of nonsensical, won't it? Because as they go along, more and more people who might know what they're doing will get killed, and there'll be more and more people who have zero idea.
yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and you're going to see more Mobics being committed. Right now this is like a slugfest because the Ukrainians haven't committed their everything they have. I've seen about 2 videos of Nikliks being used to clear mine. One was to clear a minefield, the other one was to clear a trench line with a strong point. So we haven't seen too many videos of those being used. We're going to see over the next couple of weeks, and you guys were touching about it when I was trying to get up in the spot. You were talking about the fact that the water is now pretty much becoming multiple streams, right? This riverbed is drying up in a way where instead of having now a river, you've got a couple little streams going along, where once there was once a river of 20, 30 feet deep. And we heard from Dryfly, and we've heard from other people that as this ground dries up, it becomes like rock hard because of the silt layer. So do they have to bridge the gap, David? Or are we just
No, I don't think they do.
There's much less silt. Sorry, we have to be very clear. There's much less silt in the Dnieper than if you compare it to what you are used to in the US.
Oh yeah, because of the muddy Mississippi, yeah. But still, I would like to see someone go out there and probe that ground in about a week and see.
I'd like to see them probe it now, if I'm honest, George. I mean, I just go. It just looks like a beach now. The thing to remember is that this region is really quite sandy. They flooded this area to make a reservoir. It's not a natural reservoir, so it's only had 50 years of, call it 50 years of silt. But how much silt is there if the majority of that stuff that's coming down is sand anyway?
Here's another question for you, David, because obviously right now, there's not much. Obviously, there's no vegetation there, right? It's open area. What is the moon phase now in that area?
It's new moon now, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. So it's pretty dark at night, right? It's pretty dark.
Yes, it's pretty dark. Yes.
So we're getting into that for about a week, I guess, from like yesterday till about the 20th, 21st. It's going to be pretty dark at night out there. So, a mad dash across is not out of it's not a remote possibility. It becomes a higher possibility as this thing starts to dry up.
Yep. And there's a thing. I mean, it really comes down to just how firm is that footing, right? If it's pretty firm, it doesn't really matter if it's a bit wet because it's just a bit sandy, right? If it's pretty firm, they could just drive over it, nice and flat. Put your foot down, off you go. Of course, you need to clear it of mines. I mean, but the thing is they won't have had much option and that much time to be able to mine that sandy area. I mean, there were mines on there, but those things were with tilt switches, and you can spot those from a mile away. You could probably target them with an IFV. You'd probably be accurate enough to hit them. Or you would just put a roller through them. But it's just a small line,
And the mines
right,
were only
towards that's
observed
very
at
close to the
Enohdar.
bank.
The mines were only observed at Enohdar. They did not have any mines in the area next to the dam.
Yes,
Well, there
that's
we
true,
are.
Axel. And some of the mines were a lot of the mines obviously would have been swept away. So, we don't know what's on that south bank. Obviously, the Ukrainians know because they've actually crossed the bank, right, to help rescue their people. So the fact that the Ukrainians have been able to cross the bank and rescue their people, you gotta understand right now that they've probably had small teams cross at night undetected to reconnoiter where a landing spot would be most feasible.
Exactly. You would expect that they will have had quite a lot of people over on that side at some stage, and we also have the partisans there as well.
And we know that the Ukrainians have the equipment, right? Even if, let's say, they do come across somewhere that's muddy or that hasn't dried up, it's become a stream or what have you. They do have the bridging equipment to at least be able to cross that gap, right? You just drop the vehicle in there, you span that gap that's maybe 30 feet, 40 feet wide, and you just keep on going.
Yep, exactly. I mean, look at the so out of interest. So the without even bridging, what is the how deep water can an Abrams go in?
I think it's like, I think it's close to like 3 meters, if I'm not mistaken. About 2.5 meters.
Okay, so they might not even need to bridge it because the water going through there might not even be that much in a couple of days' time. May only be a dribble.
Yeah, I just wish someone would just go out there and put a yardstick and say, "Oh, it's this deep." Obviously they don't want to tell us that, and they don't want to tell the Russians that because they want the Russians to keep guessing where on earth this might happen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, they keep them guessing. It's a huge. I mean, it's 250 kilometers of call it coastline, the ziggy-zag bit that the Russians need to keep an eye on. Right, that is not easy to do.
And the other thing is, you're going to have little missions go out, little teams go out. They're going to cause a lot of noise, right? And so now, if you're the Russians and you hear all of a sudden explosions on one sector of your front, that you're trying to guard a river crossing, you don't know is it a probing attack? Are they getting ready to cross? Well, I have to go out and investigate it, right? And that's going to happen continuously. That's what I think you would do that continuously, right? All along that line to keep them guessing where the hell the attack is actually going to come if a river crossing happens.
Yep.
Because you don't want to tip your hand. You're not going to just go one. You're going to probe and when you're doing reconnoitering, but you're also going to do like what would be like fake attacks, right? You're going to send guys over. They might set off explosives. You might have artillery coming down, big booms going off, and you're like, okay, maybe it's coming here, maybe it's going there. Because as we're trying to guess where the hell this crossing is going to happen, you know, the Russians are racking their brain trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there'll be. It's just taking up a huge amount of bandwidth, isn't it? And there's a Bearded, if he was here, he'd be talking about the OODA loop, right? All the information that's coming into them, and suddenly, you know, there'll be a processing problem. They can't process the information in time to do what they need to do.
And one of the other things is when you're doing these types of attacks, you draw the enemy in. If you can draw them within artillery fire or HIMARS range, and then you have a surprise for them as they're trying to investigate what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was thinking. I was going to look because as it stands, we know we've got our artillery, we've got HIMARS, and all the other pieces. Right? They don't have the troops in wherever they are. If you're watching and you know that someone's coming into somewhere, and this is the point, they could just do a feint in one place. Russians all rush off to somewhere else. They get absolutely hammered by artillery, and then everyone crosses somewhere else. I mean, look, all of these have risks to the people who will be doing the operation, right? And they'll be quite considerable. But yeah,
David, one of the things is like, it's not only the plan of your offensive, right? The actual planning of the actual offensive that's important. It's also your deception plan. You know, it might be even more important than the actual offensive plan in certain aspects, right? Because what you want to do is you want to keep the enemy guessing where your main attack's going to come. Same thing with a river crossing. You want to keep them guessing where it's going to come. And then you guys talk about, you know, the Russians are trying to figure out where these other brigades are. We've already seen the Ukrainians make good use of decoys. I would not be surprised if the Ukrainians, while they were waiting for the delivery of these tanks, have been, you know, in these workshops making. We've seen decoys of plywood, decoys of Leopard tanks that they've already made, and HIMARS and things like that. There might be an actual whole brigade that's just a decoy. It's just guys running around with a car that's got like a decoy strapped on top of it.
yeah, yeah. It'd be decoy central, isn't it?
I mean, if you look at World War II, that was the biggest thing. They had the whole fake army that, and they made it known that Patton was getting ready. You know that, you know, they used his name as a weapon. They said, "Oh, Patton's going to be in charge of this army, this whole, you know, army with multiple divisions." They made fake divisions. They actually, what they did was they made divisions, made uniforms for the divisions, and would send 3-4 soldiers out at a time to English pubs because they knew that there was going to be, Germany would have spies, whatever, people that, you know, were working for them, and they would actually talk about, you know, plans, but obviously fake, just so they could dupe the Germans into thinking, oh, this actual army does exist. Look, Patton, their best generals in charge of it. Their best, you know, mobile commander, armored warfare commander at the time is in charge of it, of the Allies. You know, they had all those blow up tanks that they made, airplanes, the whole works. And the Germans were, even after 3, 4, 5, 6 days into the Normandy invasion, some of them still believed that the main assault was going to come at the Pas de Calais. That's how good the deception was.
Yeah, I mean, look, as we go, there's so many options that Ukraine can take. They're moving where they are in the well, they're moving pretty much far down to the south at the moment, right? We just don't know. Are they going to carry on down to the Azov Sea? Are they at Tokmak yet? Do we know?
I don't believe
Outside
so. But the other thing is, we're getting information that's on a 12 to 24 to 36 hour delay, right? So we don't know exactly where the Ukrainians are. We can hear from the Russians, and it's just I love this. You hear from the Russians that the offensive has bogged down and it's a disaster. Well, then why you keep posting that your troops are retreating? And then they come up with this nonsense that it's a flexible defense, David. It's the rubber band defense, flexible defense.
Yes, the flexible defense. Yes, and the rubber band defense, that's very good because you can retreat very quickly, can't you? Using a rubber band defense.
Yes, and that's what's funny. That's the disinformation, that they're putting out there. Like, oh, like this whole unit got wiped out, that whole unit got wiped out. They don't even know what units. To be honest with you, I doubt the Russians, most of them even know what units are in front of them. And remember, I mentioned the deception plan, and the Ukrainians could be using that. We could be talking about X, Y, and Z brigade, and that might not actually be the real designation. We have no idea because we're not within earshot of Zaluzhny and whatever him and his commanders are figuring out. But getting back to their propaganda, you hear it, you see, oh, this unit was smashed, that unit was smashed, oh, hundreds were Ukrainians captured or killed or whatever. Well, if that was really going on, then why, like we said, why are you retreating? And why aren't you posting hundreds of videos? But we see one destroyed thing from 5 different sides. Then they'll send a drone. It's either already been abandoned or already destroyed, and then they'll send a kamikaze drone and film that hitting the same thing that's already been taken out. So it is what it is, But there's a lot of disinformation hitting like Twitter and Telegram and everything else, and people just have to be patient.
And patience isn't our forte at the moment, is it?
Yeah, and we have hands going up, David, and I think they're not going to be patient with us any much longer unless we answer or ask or allow them to ask.
We do have hands, don't we? Well, let's go to them.
Do you remember who was first?
I mean, George, you're asking me, do I remember? Clearly not. I do remember it. Someone who's put their hand up. I do remember because I remember bringing Klaus up. I mean, here, no, I don't. The honor system here, troops. Who was first?
Klaus.
There you are, Klaus.
Thank you. Just bear in mind that I am a non-military person, so I'm just a blind man trying to describe colors. But I would assume that when the counter-offensive really does get going, it would be in Zaporizhia, in that area, maybe towards Tokmak. And then they would, the Russians would need to move the remaining forces that are still in Kherson away, and then they can try to cross the Dnieper River, because it's always fraught with difficulties trying to cross a river. So the forces are quite vulnerable during that process. So they need to have good working conditions as possible. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great. So this is what we were saying, though, Klaus. Right? It's no longer a river; it's a beach. We don't know how firm the beach is, right? But it's not a river. It is flat, though, and if it's flat, there is considerable risk. There's as a great friend of the space, John Howarth, was saying, right? If it's really flat and it's 4 kilometers of flat, right, and it's pretty much what it is, and they put up the flares, then you will see a lot of people. So I would guess this is not something that you would be doing on foot, because 4 kilometers is a long time, right? And even if you're a really decent runner, it's going to take you a long time. If you're encumbered, you'll maybe talking about guys best doing it in 20 minutes, which you don't want to be doing, right? You want to be doing it across in a vehicle, getting over as quickly as you can, whatever that vehicle is, right? And here's the thing: the British Navy has hoverboats. The Americans have hoverboats. There are hovercraft all over the place. Something like that would work. There's other things they could use, right? There are other vehicles they could use. Vehicles that are designed to go over sand, ones that are got much wider tires. I mean, and they could do this themselves. This is stuff that they could use with vehicles. They could just put on tires, extra tires onto vehicles, that put fat tires on them, weld another tire, because this is war, really. If you think of it like that, you just go, okay, let's put another tire. So instead of it just being 4 tires on a vehicle, you've got 8 tires, right? So they're 2 by 2 by 2, right? Because all you need to do is get across, and that extra load, or the load distribution, could get you through, right? And there's so many ways they could do it, but they don't want to be doing it by foot, I would guess, because of they'd just be, if they were lit up, then that would be a very interesting place for them to be. But as we said before, because they know where they're crossing, they will be able to pre-target the banks if they needed to, if there was someone there. But I would just guess that they're spending every minute of the night time, right, watching those banks with thermals specifically, so they can see anything that's moving and go, okay, this is where we think so and so is. So as with most wars and things like, it comes down to how good is your intel and what you can do. But yeah, I mean, but we can't think of it as a river now. Think of it as a beach.
That's exactly right. And David, here's another thing. You know, because we were saying about you're gonna make diversions to take away from where your main assault might be. One of the things you see, there's a lot of equipment that no one ever thought about using in war before, or if it did, they didn't. The application part was missing. But we've seen Ukrainians use e-bikes, electric bikes. So you could easily put across several SOF teams, diversion teams across there. If it's not, if we're talking about, depending on how deep the water is or whatever, and you can send out teams with those e-bikes. And the great thing about e-bikes,
e-quads, yep, no noise, silent. They've already cleared the side, right? And as you said, I mean, this is the important thing: is that they've crossed days before, right? And you've got your FOPs going, yeah, it's clear, or it's not clear. Here we are, right? And that's the point. It's rarely ever the case of that. You just randomly go in there, because it's not crossing the channel, and it's not 500,000 troops holding that area. It's a piece of sand. You need to get across and just hunker down, hide, and observe. And you've got everything else, all the things that can help you there as well. Drones with thermals, for instance. Who'd have, in my day, it just wasn't even a thing.
Well, we were still with the swords and shields when we were in the military.
Yes,
there, David.
Caesar was still a trooper, and we hazed him, didn't we, George?
Exactly.
Centurion was a rank and not a tank.
Right. Anyway, listen, we've got two more hands. David, was it you or Peter before you, David? And then it's Angry last.
Peter.
Peter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a military guy either, so take what I say with a pinch of salt. But this is the first where the Ukrainians don't have air cover, which we've discussed many times. And, you've been kind of talking about it as a very flat, exposed area where there's going to be a lot of troops and personnel. And we don't know how effective the Russian Air Force is going to be. And we do know that they've, all through this war, they've kind of used their missiles and their bombs and God knows what. They're not quite as stupid as we make them out to be. Do we now have the correct range missiles to keep them away?
So here's the thing, right? So where they are, so if it's a crossing at night time, right? So and they had to pull in Russian air, you would hope that there were enough man pads, etc., to be covering, and certainly cover from helicopters, right? Because these aren't pre-planned missions; they're just going in. There's people coming from position X, right? We saw one of their low-level bombing runs, which was just, well, I think pretty much every pilot was who looked at it went, yeah, I probably did that better than that when I was just still training. Yeah, there's a good question about how that would work, right? And then you've got the other bit, which you've got the gunships, whatever they can do, but we do know that Ukraine has a lot of man pads. I would really hope that they're able to pull in something that would provide a lot more cover than that.
Yeah, because
we talked about. Sorry.
What range do the man pads have?
Well, the man pads have like a depending on that, 2 to 4 mile range. But think about this. Think about this. What we're seeing fighting now in the south, right? We're seeing, a lot of fighting. But we said we haven't seen the Ukrainians. They've committed maybe 10, 15% of their force. That's what we're getting. That's the reports we're getting. Think about this. We know that the Ukrainians have a lot of counter battery radars that they've gotten from their allies. We know that they have surface to air missile systems. We know that, yes, they have to use them to protect their cities. But we know that we don't know how many they've gotten. There are a couple of things to think about. When the main offensive comes, that's probably when you're going to see that stuff being used, because it's the main offensive, it's the main attack, and you definitely do not want that to bog down. So is that where we're going to see all the counter battery fire against the Russians? Is that where we're going to see Hawk missile batteries and maybe other batteries and maybe boots armed with Western missiles at the forefront, taking out helicopters and things like that? That's just an idea I want people to think about, because it's an idea that's probably happening. And I know people will say, well, that's controversial because they're losing kit and stuff like that, and they should have it there. Well, Obviously, they don't have enough to go all around, so you would want to use it for the main attack. Because if I'm attacking with, you know, 100 tanks or what have you, 120, 150 tanks, and thousands upon thousands of soldiers, I want to make sure that at least that big of a mass of men and our armor is well protected. So maybe that's why we're seeing what we're seeing down in the south, because we haven't seen the Ukrainians show their hand. They've been pretty good poker players up to this point.
So I was busy coughing there, George. Yeah, they have been, haven't they? David.
I just thought it might be an idea to have a quick summary of where we are. So, kind of long story short, there's a situation where from about Nikopol, if you're looking at a map down to Novokhovka, the water level's fallen quite a lot. So there's a lot of areas where the front has extended from the Russian point of view. So it means that you can go across the former massive Dnieper River from about Zolota Balka to Babinga down to Novokhovka. And yeah, there are multiple places along that front where there could be a breach. And that's kind of interesting, right? Apart from that, there have been lots of bangs below. So there have been several strikes to ammunition dumps and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, I was sorry. I was waiting for. Were you waiting for us to fill in, or you got more?
No. I was trying to remember where they were. Maybe someone can help. I can't remember where they were, but they're across from Henichesk to the other side, whatever's on the other side.
Over to the west. It starts with A. Yes. Give me a second. I will look on the map. I'll be able to tell you.
It's from Henichesk to Skadovsk. So across that neck of Crimea, if you like.
Yep. And there was a big explosion in close to Armyansk as well, wasn't there, the other day?
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, the thing is that the way to think of it is, the way I think of it, to tell you how to think, is that we know that there's going to be a considerable amount of explosions all over the place. All of these things are designed to upset the logistics and to kill Russian troops, right? But logistically cause problems, right? So anything that's a bridge, anything that's a culvert, and all of these things are going to be prime targets, as well as their ammo dumps, because they can't help themselves, can they? The Russians simply cannot help themselves. They're like little mad hoarders. And what they do, instead of distributing everything, they put everything in one big place. Go, here we are. We'll get everyone to come here because that's easy, right? Well, there we are. We just tell everyone where it is. And then it just gets blown up around their ears because there was that huge explosion earlier, which is, I think, in the nest as well, David, which is a building that just has ceased to be because they just put these vast quantities of explosives in there instead of just thinking, what happens if it all gets blown up? They just don't get distribution.
Well, David, one of the biggest problems they have is two things, right, with their logistics. One is they don't use pallets, right, and they don't, and they're short on trucks. So it's hard to, first of all, it's hard to distribute when you don't have pallets, because who's going to unload all this crap, right? We also know they're kind of short on manpower. So they've got to unload it. So they're going to unload it in a couple of places because they can't unload it all over the place because they just don't have the manpower, and it's hard to unload. It's not like, oh, there's 150 shells of 152 on a pallet, and I'll come in with the forklift, right? Pull it on the flatbed, and then when the flatbed gets to point A, there's another, a forklift like we have an off-road forklift that's going to unload it and put it there for this battery. They don't have that, so dispersing this stuff becomes a problematic because you need people to manually load it onto the trucks and manually unload it. So if you have 6 guys loading it at the distribution center, that's right before it gets blown up, who's going to unload it once it gets to the battery? You're going to pull all the artillery guys off when they've got a fire mission to unload for the next 4, 5, 6 hours? Because you've seen how the stuff is packed. Half the crates are falling apart. We saw the stack of new production shells in crates that we haven't seen in the West since World War I. Remember the upright crates with the ribbing around them, with the wooden ribbing. So of course, they can't do what we do. What we do is we can drop off and make multiple small ammo dumps because we had a truck called a Hemet that actually had an arm on it with a forklift with the forks on it, and it could load the pallets. I could load one guy could. I'm the driver. I drove up there. Hey guys, what do you guys need? Oh, we need X, Y, and Z. Okay, let me get it off the Hemet. I could deploy the arm. The driver could deploy the arm, unload it. 15, 20 minutes top. He's on to his next destination for the next drop-off. Russians have nothing like that. Nothing like that.
Literally every Western nation in the world has it, doesn't it? Because it's the guy who comes and drops off that 1-ton bag of gravel to you, right? Does it by himself. Here we are. They're done.
Yeah. And since my time, even in 2004, we had the roll on roll off, the whole flatbed would just come off, right? Come off the truck. We just lay it down there on the ground, and the pallets would be on there, and guys would unload it and just move it. I haven't seen a forklift at a railway station. Forget about, we had like forklifts that could, the ones that you had at the warehouse, with the concrete floor. We had off-road forklifts. We had forklifts that could lift a Sealand container off of a, 35 whatever foot trailer and drop it wherever we wanted to. That's what our brigades had. Our battalions had forklifts. These guys don't have it, so they have to bunch everything up and hope for the best, and 1 or 2 HIMARS, and hasta la vista.
It's also the training of your logistics guys. Like you were, and everybody listening, we used to make fun of logistics relentlessly when we were in. They were the ones to poke fun at, them and MPs. But like, they're highly trained. Like I don't know if anybody here is in logistics. Maybe they want to get into like the load plan. Like everything they do, they have a plan for. The way the equipment and the material goes onto the vehicle goes in a certain order because it's coming off in a certain order. And like, I've seen video of Russians just chucking ammo off the back of whatever their version of the MLVW is, this truck, and they're literally just chucking it off into a pile, and the little gnomes on the ground, they're kind of coming and scurry it into another pile, so they don't have a mountain of ammo in the back of the truck, and the truck can move. But like, everything we did in the military was like an orchestrated procedure. It was like a ballet. And as much as it brings bitterness to my mouth, logistics had their stuff together. They were wired pretty tight. When they needed to get material to you, they did it in pretty short order.
Hey, look, like I'm gonna be the first one to say that, you know, I saw those guys and they had, it was like, it was orchestrated down to like the last whatever strap, because so they had a 40-foot trailer and they knew what has to go in the front of the trailer, what has to go in the back, how the load had to be distributed, you know, how to load it so that whatever can be accessed first, you know, safety. It went the full 9 yard, the full 10 yards. And the other thing was they also had, you know, like lists, like you knew exactly what was on what truck. You think the Russians know what the hell's on the truck? You think there's a truck, there's the load manifest anywhere?
No, half this stuff isn't. I don't believe for one moment that the. Yes, and we have. Oh, give me a second. I've gone silent because the wonderful Sarah is requesting. Give me 1 second while I bring Sarah up. In fact, why don't you keep talking, George? And by the way, you need to get a little bit closer to your microphone, or invest in a better microphone. But I'll just bring Sarah up now.
Hello, MriyaReport.
Oh, someone already did it. Someone did it for me. The race, I lost the race. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Hello, David. Hello, George. Hello, MriyaReport. And I think it has been maybe 6 months since I've been on. It's great to be here tonight. And I know there were plans to do it in the afternoon. I just finished a 9-hour train ride from Kharkiv to Kyiv. I was in Kharkiv this morning. And glad to be here, and I will try to stay. It's coming up on 1 a.m., but I'll try to stay on for as long as I can, give you guys at least an hour, if not longer, as long as you're willing to have me.
Well, we will take you as long as we can. The last time I spoke to you, Sarah, is when you were injured, right? So I'm glad to hear and see that you are still here and in good and fine form.
Yeah, it's interesting because we use the line trust ZSU, right? And people think a lot of what I throw out there, David, are cliches. When I was in the hospital, I trusted the ZSU. I trusted the nurses, the doctors to bring me back to make sure that I was not just functional, but that I was in a situation where the injury would just sort of was a thing. Right? And you move past it. And they did that. And that's all we can ask for. I have nerve damage. I have some tissue loss, some scarring. However, and I want everyone to understand this, I got so lucky, David. So blessed, so lucky. Couple of centimeters higher, I would definitely have sustained much graver injury on the hand. Couple of centimeters higher on the face, I would have probably lost an eye. And ultimately, another ½ meter, and who knows what would have happened from that, just in general. So people would ask me, are you going back? You know, are you staying in ZSU? Or are you going to go back to the fight? And I said, yeah, I'm the luckiest person, you know, every one of us. The only heroes, we throw this word around, but the only real heroes are the ones who are eternal heroes. The rest of us were either really lucky or a little bit lucky. But if we're injured and we can still talk about it and we can still see, we are the blessed soldiers, and it's our duty to get back out.
By the way, warriors was the right word, Sarah, absolutely. And you are right. Incredibly luckily, I spent a lot of time when I was in the army going, yeah, I'm so very, very fortunate. And as we know, there are just so many who aren't as fortunate as us. But anyway, before we go any further, I would like, I would really like everyone to hit that like and share the space. Tell everyone that Sarah is on, and do your stuff, troops. The way we get people to come in and listen is by you tweeting out and getting to the 22 trillion people that Elon is already pissed off. But anyway, we will remind them that Sarah is here and for a talk and chat to us about what's happening.
Hold on, let me get it out there myself.
Oh, thank you very much.
And just give me one moment, and we will rock and roll. So bear with me. I don't want to misspell it. At MriyaReport. Sent. Perfect.
Wonderful. So if anyone could if you go to Sarah's timeline, you can retweet and share what she's just sent out. That would be wonderful. Thank you very much. I thought Joe might be coming up. His timekeeping is not very army-like, if you ask me, Sarah. I don't know, but anyway. So, how about you tell me? Give me a quick breakdown of what's happened since when you went into hospital, and then up until now. That would be useful because there's loads of people here haven't heard from you in ages.
Let's get to that in just a moment. We will go through, and depending on what you would like to do, David, regarding interjections, as I said, I'm going to give MriyaReport a considerable amount of time this morning. But first, I want to give shout outs to so many people who have supported me personally for going on 16 months now. Going on 16 months in country, going on more than 8.5, almost 9 months in ZSU. So many people that, I mean, just it's amazing to think, and it really feels like last week, like last month. It doesn't feel like it's almost been 1.5 years. And to see the same supporters, I wrote a policy paper because one of the things I do is write analysis in different papers on super supporters. And this was in August of 2022. MriyaReport, even though I wasn't appearing regularly at that time, the people from MriyaReport were the folks I had in mind when I wrote about super supporters. And it was not in a mocking sense. What it was this idea that if we could hold on, forget whether support was at 70%, forget whether the GOP was at 52 and the Dems were at 80, because all we do is look at, me especially, all I do is look at polling. I'm like, if we can keep this block of supporters going, then that's enough to sustain us in the halls of Capitol Hill, on the streets of London outside of Parliament, in the different European capitals, and most importantly, to drown out the Russian chaos, disinformation, and attempts to hijack the narratives. And you all have done that. MriyaReport, as well as its forerunners, and so many of the people have been there for this entire time, said, we're going to do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until Ukraine declares victory. And except for ZSU itself, I don't think there's been a group more consistent than those who have been living out what MriyaReport's mindset was. We are in it until victory, and for that, all of us are grateful.
Yeah, truly, truly grateful. Absolutely. So anyway, Yehuda is on his way. I still don't see him. What I'll do is I'm dropping now, I think, so Yehuda can take over, and I can listen in. I can listen. That's what I'm saying. Right, give me 1 second. We're going to try and get a swap over, and we'll get it done. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm here.
Thank you, David.
Welcome, Sarah.
And Yehuda's on. Yay.
Thanks. Yeah, welcome. I was actually waiting patiently to be raised up, but wasn't able to get in time. Thanks for being here, Sarah. As you know, we're all very proud of the work you do. I think you're going to share some new insights into stuff that's super important. And
I will.
Yeah,
I'll start off with one.
Go for it.
Right before I came on, I just finished a meeting from 12 to 1. I always like to put this out there. So we'll talk more about the book contract that I signed. But as I announced, I did sign a 2-book contract with a publisher. And the money from that first book is basically, as long as I'm in ZSU, the money from the books are going to go to ZSU's media units. Another announcement, though, that I think really only Yehuda and a few other people know, is that Resolute Square, which I've been writing for since November, it's founded by the same people who are the founders of Lincoln Project. Some people like these guys, some people hate them, whatever, just like me, just like many of us. They are getting ready to produce a foreign policy podcast for me directly from Ukraine. And ZSU has signed off on that as well. It's an unpaid podcast, but it's going to be the opportunity for us to really take a professionally honed message on behalf of the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine, but not only. It's going to be many other topics, everything to do with the foreign policy arena, straight to hopefully the halls of Capitol Hill. And we're in the process of booking the first guests, and hopefully within about 2 weeks we'll be on air. And anything Lincoln Project does, whether you like them or hate them, they do really well in the media sphere, and I'm excited to be working with Rick Wilson and Joe Trippi and those guys, especially since I've been writing for them since October. So I just hung up with them before I jumped in. That's why, Yehuda, when you said come on up, I told you I needed about 20 more minutes.
No, for sure. And I was just going to tell everyone to retweet this space, let people know you're here. We're talking to Sarah. And what's really important is, student Sarah is going to be tasked with amazing stuff, and perhaps there might be others that follow, and in terms of reporters. And I think it would be something great for all of us to listen to what your plans might be, right?
Sure.
And what the importance is.
I wanted to ask you this, Yehuda. Right before you came up, David was asking if I wanted to give a brief recap since the spring. How would you like to handle it now that you're in the host chair?
Well, any way you want. I mean, it's the best coming from you. And but I mean, where do you want me to start? And how about I start and you kick and
Perfect. That's why I wasn't sure. Let's go with what's on your mind or you think the audience may want to know about. Ask away. Well, I will say, as usual, I will be as candid as I can within the limits of operational security, and ask away.
All right. So, yes. Sorry about that. Okay. So, Sarah, a lot of people wondering, what is Sarah doing? Let's just start with the elephant in the room. They see her. She's in a trench. She's now promoted. What is something that the Ukrainian army and government is really like? What's the best thing you're doing for the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian cause? Because I think people are confused. I don't want to tell too much of your own story, but these are things that are probably really important. And the misinformation, the disinfo space, you always keep your finger on the pulse. People notice that, and you'll throw out these tweets that really counter a lot of Russian narratives, right? And I can't help but wonder if maybe part of it is personal, but you get to dig into them, right? Because they go after you on all these disgusting comments, that whether it's Solovyov. I mean, I don't know anyone who gets dragged by Solovyov and Margarita Tequila, whatever her name is. What's the story behind it? How does it feel? How does it feel to have a target from a bunch of wackadoodles over in Russia?
The first time it happened, so I have a running tally, and it was interesting because when Malcolm, who I believe is many of you are familiar with, he's a pretty iconic figure. When he appeared on Russian television, it was kind of a big deal. Since that appearance by Malcolm on Russian television, when I enlisted, I had been attacked by Maria Zakharova, the very famous, infamous spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in April of 2022. How I ended up on their radar at that point, Yehuda, I still don't know. I still talk to my commanders about this. We look back and we're like, I had whatever 3,000 followers, and the Russians were coming after me. So kudos to them to basically, I guess, have telegraphed what was about to take place. Anyhow, once I enlisted, I'll never forget this. Ministry told me, be prepared. They're probably going to, focus on you a little bit more, not just the Telegram channels. So I was on, wow, it's like, holy crap, I'm on Skabiva, I'm on 60 Minutes. Then it happened again. Then it happened a third time. Then number 4 and 5 happened. Then there were 2 newspaper headlines where both of them accused me of killing people, right? And so ultimately, it's like, wow, these folks are really pathological in their obsession and their hatred over me. By the time when the 5th time happened of being on Skabiva, it causes me a lot of aggravation locally, not because of what they do. Every time I'm on there, there's paperwork issues because you have to answer to certain people as to how you appeared on Russian television. And it's such a pain in the butt. But other than that, it really goes to show how empty Russia is when it comes to even the information space that they're supposed to be the masters at. And why do I say that? Guys, women, I am sitting in MriyaReport at 1 a.m. Kyiv time. There is literally nothing that's so important to put me on Russian television 5 different times. And the last time was, that they got to the bottom of it, guys. Victoria Newland is my handler, they said. That was news to me, but must be true. And so if they're coming up with this stuff and they're attempting to do that, this is why Ukraine has already won. Because the Russians can't overcome their own incompetence, even in the fields that they are supposed to be among the best in the world, which would be the disinformation space. They should be focused on understanding how to run logistics trains. They should be focused on making certain that their borders are protected. Because obviously we have the Free People's Republic of Belarus now. They need to do certain other areas instead of focusing on, these Malcolm Nances and Sarah Ashtons. And so that's the interesting aspect, Yehuda. Is once again, and I've repeated myself for the 3rd time, they are allegedly the best or one of the best nations in the world in propaganda and disinformation. Yet they can't get out of their own way, even when putting me on television. They reported the Belgorod sign as being real. The photo was not photoshopped. What I did was, because we're not there anymore, it said 60 kilometers. All I did was wipe out a 0. And yet they told their people that I was on my way to Belgorod. If, again, the Russian people want to believe it, great. But the more that they put out such stupidity and asinine content, the more the world realizes them for what they are. A bankrupt country that's run by a clown cabal, which is destined to be dismantled in a transformative defeat by ZSU and our allies.
There you go. Sarah, how ridiculous is, I'm not saying you're not important. I would never say that. But the fact that they went for you and Malcolm, it just shows how childlike their propaganda is. I mean, we're not even talking sophisticated. It's just it's so bigoted. Like, you're a lightning rod because of your identity, you and Malcolm, and yet you occupy so much of their minds. I mean, how, it actually scares me, because someone in their propaganda ministry there, or whatever it's called, actually thought, hey, this is great. Our people are going to lap this up. We hate people of different orientations. We don't like black people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like they were singing to the choir. and it must be really amazing that they're so easily baited and goaded, you know?
I'll go back to the Belgorod one. So the first time was when all of a sudden I showed up in the military. I'm with the Crimeans, and they did a whole entire set on me of different videos, and that I was going to Crimea with my unit. And second time, I don't remember what it was. Third time was Belgorod. And what was so interesting about that, we were at the border. That's where we were stationed after my fighting, and my injury was in northern Kremina at the point of contact, so up in the woods, but north of Kremina. After we left there, we were rotated to the Belgorod border. So I woke up every day looking at Belgorod, and I was given permission to go down to the Kharkiv Media Hub, which is like 30 kilometers away, to do a lot of media work, which we'll talk more about. And I was driving by, and I'm like, oh, this would be funny. I'm just going to troll the Russians, and I'm going to go take a picture of me standing in front of the Belgorod sign 60 kilometers away and Photoshop it, show the guys in my trench when we are, whatever, 600 meters from Belgorod. And they took it and ran with it. And it was, whatever, 1 million views on Twitter. They are the best thing that ever happened for us as, like I said, the resistance movement, super supporters, whatever you want to call it, because they are the gift that continues to give. I don't think they realize, whether it's Julia Davis, whether it's whatever y'all might be talking about on different episodes of MriyaReport, they truly make themselves the fools in front of the world. And the more that they're engaged in this hyperbolic exchanges with each other, when they're supposed to be the leaders in news for their country, again, the more we're able to look at it as a global community and say, we can't take these people seriously. And if you look at the situation with Malcolm, it was clearly tied to race and clearly tied to NATO. And it made him look like a badass, you know, because he was talking smack to them. He was talking, poop to them. And ultimately, they elevated Malcolm. Not that Malcolm, after 30 years of service, needed Russian elevation. But what did they do? They took a guy who was, fighting in Kharkiv Oblast, and they basically made him a legend among the Russians. Do you really want to do that? Do you want to make your enemy legendary? Well, they managed to do that with Malcolm. And I know the things they call me, and I know what it started off, who's this transgender person going to Crimea, to the Easter weekend. I was an example of how the president made a deal with Satan, that I was Satan incarnate. And then it came out that I worked for Newland in the next episode. So, okay, great. You guys, I don't know what's more impressive, that Victoria Newland's my alleged handler, or that I'm Satan.
Listen, Satan, isn't it better?
Okay.
Are you allowed to do this? Are you allowed to get a check and just Photoshop the word George Soros on it and just say, hey, Russia, look, I just got my Soros check. Are you allowed? How much leeway, how much freedom do you have to do this?
I have an amazing amount of freedom. And I can't say it. I think I've mentioned it to you. There are basically, I can pick almost any interviews I want without having to run it past my commander, which is pretty awesome. There are a couple of topics that I'm not allowed to address under any circumstances publicly. I'll leave it up to the imagination. And I will say this, it has nothing to do with me personally. There's just certain geopolitical topics outside of OPSEC that I cannot address. Other than that, I have the leeway to troll, to do whatever I want. But it's this idea, and for those who have military service, you guys kind of get it. You might have a commander tell you, hey, that's a great idea. but if you mess it up, it's all on you. But if it's good, we're taking 90% of the credit. And, you know, that's pretty much where we are. If I screw up an interview, if I, you know, put my foot in my mouth on issues that could, you know, be sensitive, that could be used for propaganda, something like that, then I'll get a talking to. But it has, it's happened one time. One time I got, it was more of a WTF, Sarah, like, really? I made a statement, and I'm not going to point the people to it. I basically said that we don't have corruption in Ukraine. And I had meant to, this was the same weekend the Supreme Court justice was arrested. But what I had meant to say was within ZSU, we don't have corruption, right, at a high level. But I was lazy in the way I said it. And that was the one time they were like, you kind of I didn't get in trouble. But they're like, how could you say that when we just made this arrest? I'm like, yeah, good point. But again, that was just me not making myself clear enough to the interviewer. But other than that, I haven't had any issues. The moment that they gave me the full green light was on February 23rd, actually. It was the day I was injured. CBS Morning News had requested from Kyiv to go live with me in the trench for the 1-year anniversary. And nobody had gone live from a trench before. I'd been working with Stratcom for quite some time. They said, okay, you know, if there's no fighting, Sarah can go live. The battle started. I obviously, as you guys all know, got injured. And because the battle was still going on, I made the choice as the senior medic to, in conjunction with my commander, to not evacuate. Again, many of you know that, which meant not taking painkiller. Because if you're in battle, you still need to be functional in some capacity, especially mental. That left me time in the dugout. And I was half joking when I said to my field commander, Captain, I'm supposed to do this interview in an hour. And he's like, Sarah, you're injured. He's like, but you know what? Take it up with Kyiv. So I called my commander at ministry. And he said, are you serious? I said, I'm sitting here. They're still fighting up there. This would be really kind of cool, and I think I can do it. And he said, you really think you can go live after your injury during the middle of a battle and stay focused? I said, well, we try. He said, all right, he meant it. He said, if something goes wrong, we're both really, really, screwed. 7 minutes live interview during the battle and nothing went wrong. And after that, Yehuda, I was given the green light to pick and choose my interviews.
Sounds awesome. Listen, I know a lot of people have questions, and by the way, again, I can't stress how important, and I think I stress often to the audience, the information space is an important part of this battle. The Russians have usually only relied on that. That's how they've gotten their way, by scaring people, creating ridiculous narratives. The only good thing I think for us on the good guy side and girl side is that their propaganda now is so bad. Like they're just grasping. They're grasping at straws, right? They're grasping at straws. They're saying just anything that they can get their hands on, and it's out of desperation, right? It used to be a little more nuanced. It used to be a little more intelligent, but now it's just a nightmare. And it's so important because even after the liberation of Ukraine, guess what the Russians are going to be doing? Sarah, do you think, one last question for me, then we're going to go to some hands. Post-liberation, don't you think your job is going to be important continuously? That this isn't ending once liberation is complete. The Russians are going to go to the only thing they can do left, which is cyber crimes, harassment, disinformation, misinformation. We're setting the stage here for that big fight of hearts and minds, no?
Absolutely. And one of the reasons I signed the 3-year contract with ZSU was because it wasn't about the fight, right? I had to beg them. And we'll talk more about this. Yehuda knows what's going on. There was no intention to have me go fight. I begged them after the first DC trip to let me fight so I could speak from experience. I didn't just want to be one of these theoretical lobbyists, for lack of a better term. I said, you have to send me out there. And that's how I ended up going to the front. I signed the 3-year contract though, due to the fact of just what you were saying. Once we have given up treasure and blood, specifically the blood of so many of our best men and women here in Ukraine, we don't want it to go for naught after victory. Victory is fast approaching, but post victory is when we have to be on our absolute guard to make certain this creep of Ruski Mir doesn't infect the area again. And if we are unable to achieve the transformative defeat of the Russian Federation, which to me would be some sort of, breakup of the Russian Federation, if this doesn't happen, because we have to be realistic, and it's solely President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula led by the 1991 borders, as well as making certain that there's justice in the different international courts and the local courts here. If that's what it is, then we have to expect that shortly after that plays out, they're going to attempt to infiltrate again. But unlike all the other times, we are going to be well positioned, because there will never be another moment that the Ukrainians, after having exerted so much in the name of liberty and liberation, to in any way be caught off guard. What this victory is going to mean is that these notion of revolutions every 10 years because of Russians stirring the pot, that's going to be gone. It's what we're going to hand over to the Ukrainian people, because we're fighting on behalf of the Ukrainian people, is the guarantee, forget guarantee of security, guarantee of peace. The Ukrainian people, once and for all, are going to have democracy in their hands. And if anyone knows what to do with democracy, it's the people of Ukraine.
Well said. Let's go to some hands. Why don't we go to David and then Dr. Nick?
Yeah, just some context. So I'm not new to the space, but I'm quite new to Twitter, let's say. And so, who's Sarah and who's Malcolm Nance, and why is it so important that you're around, right? I mean, some kind of context.
Okay, well, I will try to answer that as best I can, and thanks for asking, David. I was a credentialed journalist. I arrived in the 8 days after the full-scale invasion took place, arrived in Europe 5 days after, and arrived in Ukraine 8 days after. From Lviv, I went to Kharkiv. I spent 8 months continuously, minus 3 days in Sumy, in Kharkiv Oblast, reporting from the Russian border. I can say with absolute assuredness, no non-Ukrainian has spent more time along the Russian border since the full-scale invasion as I have. I worked for the territorial district of Zolochiv as their outreach coordinator, working with NGOs such as, and please don't stone me for this, ICRC, Something Better, World Central Kitchen, some smaller groups. I see Ryan here, his group, Renegade Relief Runners, would come up there quite often, work with us. And then from there, David, I enlisted right after the second Kharkiv counteroffensive in September. I stopped writing in August as a paid journalist. I had 30 plus bylines at that point from here. Because the month of September, I worked as a civilian working with Stratcom during the counteroffensive. And then beginning to middle part of October, I enlisted in the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I served for the first 2 months with the Crimean Tatar Battalion. And then I went to Washington, D.C., spent 2 weeks in D.C. speaking to different members of the House and Senate and policymakers and analysts. Returned, and that's when I had mentioned this is pretty much never talked about really. I came back and I felt very, very insecure because I had already been in country and been in the war for 11 months, but I had never fought, right? And I was speaking, as I said, from a theoretical standpoint. And I told my commander at ministry, I said, I have to fight, meaning to go to the front. Who knew if you fight or not? But I have to go to the front. And there was some loud arguments, very loud arguments over it. I got my wish. The Crimeans transferred me over to my Kharkiv Defense Forces. I'm currently in the 209th Battalion, 113th Brigade of the Territorial Defense, also known as Kharkiv Defense Forces. The part that ministry, my commander did not know there, I am a level 2 certified TCCC March combat medic. And my commander on the ground, we were in the Kremina direction. This was February 1st. I transferred officially on January 31st. February 1st, I met up with the unit. That night, I was taken to meet, we call them combat in Combri. It's the colonels in charge of battalion and brigade. And they talked to me a little bit, and they said, you know, it's a really hot area right now. How do you feel? And I'm like, oh, I'm war journalist, outreach director. I've been in the army for 3 months. I know what the front is. Okay. The next day, I got my wish unexpectedly. I was told to pack my bag, that we were going to position. And I thought we were like going to we're infantry. But I was thinking, because we're territorial defense, we would be something between point of contact, also known as zero line, and fire support. So in kilometer, whatever, 2 kilometers away sometimes. Grabbed my bag and was told, no, we are the zero line, we are the point of contact. I called my commander in Kyiv and I said, what the FUCK, like, and he said, so you asked for it, like, you never know what happens. And I went in, and I'll never forget this. 2 days into it, it was very intense first 2 days. My commander, who had known me since July as a journalist, said, Sarah, what did you learn? I said, I learned more about war in the first 48 hours in this dugout, in this trench, than I knew in the first 11 months of being here. And after that, David, we spent a month fighting in Kremina. I got injured. Came out of there, again, because this is now months gone by. We went to Belgorod border. We did a lot of work up there. We were the last, we were the first, we call it the first unit at the border. We were there for several months. Then I went back to Congress. And upon my return, and I think Yehuda and I are going to discuss this a lot more after these questions, I returned to the country 2 weeks ago after being in Washington for a second trip. And I still have 2 years to go, more or less, maybe 2 years and 3 months to go on my contract. So I'm here, and the great people, great supporters of MriyaReport, the resistance movement that is the MriyaReport, many of them are friends of mine, and so here I am talking to them.
Thanks for that. Listen, for those who don't know, Sarah's got a lot of big support from big players from United States to Ukraine and back, and the mission that she can accomplish, you know, is super important. It actually is a very symbolic and meaningful, practical role. And we always, you know, worry about you and make sure that you can't say stay safe in a war zone, but you can say fight to your level of training. And I think that the Ukrainians have proven that they are quite good at doing both. So on that note, let's bring some more hands in. We got Dr. Nick and then Delish. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Sarah.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
I'm good. So good to hear your voice and talk to you. Just for David's purposes, I just want to first say that I think, no, It's backwards. That piece is backwards. I'm sorry. I just want to say that I think Sarah was being very modest, especially talking about her time as a journalist, that 11 months, because I mean, I was following her the whole time. A lot of us on MriyaReport were. And quite honestly, you know, Sarah went to places that other journalists would not go. And you know, when all the other journalists were evacuating because it was too dangerous, she would not leave. She really had a commitment to the people of like Kherson, and I believe you were in Kharkiv too.
I spent actually, yeah, it was Kharkiv, Dr. Nick.
Yeah.
I went just interestingly enough, after I enlisted, one place that they sent me to work was Kherson.
Yeah.
And I went there. It was an information gathering, just really fast. Sorry to cut off your train of thought.
No, it's fine.
I was given the task slash it was whatever. They were like, Sarah, these are where the HIMARS hit. You're going into that tunnel with this commander, this other commander, and you guys are going to dig through and see what the officers, you know, left behind in the rubble. So I spent 5 days digging through rubble of underneath the Kherson International Airport. And I will say, I've seen HIMARS in action. The results, I've seen HIMARS in action many times. The results of HIMARS twice. And what I saw, what they were able to do at Kherson International Airport, the Russians had set up a command and control center in the sort of flood basin tunnels, the runoffs. The HIMARS hit them with such precision that we were still able to get access, although everything else crumbled around it. It was one of the most awe-inspiring things I've ever seen. And the number one thing, and I've been around a lot of information gathering of you know, after the Russians have left different places, they leave behind massive quantities of illicit drugs. There's anecdotally, I don't know how many of them, it could be one officer doing crazy amounts of drugs, but almost every time we've been in officers' quarters, we have found stimulants and different drugs that nobody in ZSU would take. It was quite interesting, and sure enough, within the rubble of the HIMAR hit on that flood tunnel. We found them again. Sorry to have cut you off, Nick, but that anecdote.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
no, that was great.
let's just ask though, Nick.
Yeah.
What did when you found the illicit drugs? Do you like collect them and donate them to charity? Like, what do you do with them? No, I'm just kidding. That's an Ali G joke.
Yeah, I want to just finish real quick what I was saying. You heard her.
All right.
So she, you know, she did just a really incredible. I mean, it was really awe-inspiring to watch her with doing her reporting. And you know, I'm going to sound like a cheerleader, but I am, because I freaking love you and I think you're amazing. But you know, she just really is just so inspiring, I think. You know, as a woman on the front line, you know, and trying to, you know, at the same time dispel Russian disinformation, which is something we try to do here. So watching you, I remember when you gave that interview from the trench, and it just like gave me chills. It's really great. If you can, somebody should retweet it or something, so that people can see it if they missed it. But I have to say, what the reason why I raised my hand first, because I raised it before, you know, David spoke, but of course he was first. But the point is that I really loved what you said earlier about the disinformation, and that it will continue post-war. You know, I mean, that's something that we talk about here a lot. And now I know that you said that you're going to be writing these 2 books, and that's really great. You're doing that, I presume, with you know, kind of while you're doing your duties still.
If I may, just because I know this was going to come up, and as long as you can keep your train of thought, I would love to address the book really fast.
Sure.
So, in in December, and there's so much like you can only talk about months after. In December, I was speaking to somebody in New York City who I was trying to cajole into coming over here with an investment group to already be looking at post-victory investments. I wanted them to meet with some of the, some of our ministers, et cetera, in Kyiv. And the person said to me, book, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, book, whatever. He said, I'm going to put you in touch with my agent. And, you hear that all the time. 15 days go by. I'm back in Ukraine. And sure enough, the agent gets in touch with me. But from a massive conglomerate. I mean, really big company. Very, just tied in across all spectrums of entertainment. So they were excited by the possibility. They were interested, appreciated my writing. And then I started fighting, right? So they were interested prior, and then all of a sudden, here's Sarah fighting and doing some, I got injured, so there was even more interest. We ran into a problem. I wasn't going to write a memoir. They wanted a memoir. They wanted a memoir that focused on a lot of, my Wikipedia is out there. There was stuff well before Ukraine that got me into national news. And I wasn't going to write a memoir. I had a 3-year contract with ZSU. I wasn't going to break the contract to get a book deal. So we went round and round on that. As some of you may know, my uniform's in the Smithsonian. The curator of the Smithsonian calls me and says, I was just at something and the University of Nebraska wants to get in touch with you. So, okay, whatever, University of Nebraska. I didn't know that they were one of the foremost publishers of military and homeland security books. And in fact, they published Colonel Spencer's last book. They called me and they said, we want your book, but we don't think we can get it because we're, we're a medium-sized press, we're a university press. A lot of people look down on university presses, especially if you have the chance of a, mass trade book. So I call a friend of mine, you guys may know him, John Sweeney. And I'm like, John, you're a best-selling author, what would you do? And we talked about some different things. However, under no circumstances was I going to break my contract. ZSU really went out on a limb due to the circumstances that, already some controversies had surrounded me as a journalist. My profile, the fact that I didn't have prior military. And I'm like, I wanted to join, they asked me to join, and now I'm gonna cash in. It didn't make sense. So I told the University of Nebraska, I said, I will write the book, but it's not gonna be a memoir. And they said, we don't care. We'll take anything you give us. So I talked to my commanders and I said, they'll have anything, whatever. So I went back to the University of Nebraska. I said, okay, I don't want a 1-book deal. I want a 2-book deal, guaranteed. And they said, okay. Basically, they wanted me to tell the story of Ukraine. So right before I flew back to Ukraine the second time after DC, I signed the book contract with permission of ZSU to stay on active duty. That was Dr. Nick's question. And the first book is going to be basically the working title is Life, Death, Courage and Leadership through the eyes of Sergeant Sarah Ashton Cirillo of the Territorial Defense of Armed Forces of Ukraine. And they're going to be different vignettes, different chapters of how Ukraine has overcome death, has highlighted life, has taught leadership, and has displayed courage, be it through my commanders, be it through some of maybe the media members I worked with, my own personal things that I had to overcome, et cetera, et cetera. And then who knows what the second book will be. And so to answer your question, Dr. Nick, I do have full support of ZSU. Ethically, legally, but also ethically, the reason I'm giving them the money from the book is because I have to, right? We're not even supposed to do fundraising, but right now everybody, looks away from that. But when you have the profile maybe that I have, we have something, Yehuda's aware of this, and a lot of other people have been in military or different agencies. We have something called CI. And, when you're on Russian television, when you're showing up in tabloids, when you're creating controversy, when you are traveling to the United States, they want to know what's up. And the only way that we could have gone about this from the standpoint of ZSU, my own standpoint, and not run afoul, was that proceeds from the book had to go to the Army as long as I'm in the Army. I took a big bet. I took a very little signing bonus, minuscule, because my view was that the people out there who support Ukraine will be interested enough that the signing bonus would be irrelevant. That whatever the book sales would be would far outstrip what the signing bonus was. And therefore it didn't matter if I got it now or later. And for ZSU, getting it later probably made more sense. We're going to be giving it to the military media operations, obviously book. And so with funding, fatigues, being reported at least anecdotally, hopefully when the book hits, this will provide at least for on the ground funding for different media operations to combat the Russian disinformation, to be able to make certain that there can be reporting from the front lines, etc. And so that's the story of the book. This is the first time I've announced publicly who the publisher is. The imprint is Potomac Books. They're a seven-figure publishing house, big-time award-winning publisher. And as I promised them, and you guys know that I sometimes, just talk smack, but this is something I believe. I told them we will at least have ebook bestsellers status, 100%. And I don't just mean within military history. I feel fairly confident that we can get to the bestseller list, Amazon bestseller, just in the general list. They're also
why not New York Times bestseller? This is a great story.
Well, exactly. So they have enough confidence in what the product's going to be that they're going to, and this is just trade-wise, I can't say the amount, they're doing significantly higher print run of my first book than they do of normal books. They're going all in on the idea that super supporters and people who are interested in Ukraine want to know these stories, and they're willing to back that. And that's one of the reasons I went with them, Yehuda and Dr. Nick and everyone else. I loved what they were offering me at the big time agency. It was amazing. It was all the dreams. But when I made the promise to ZSU that I was going to stick it out, that meant everything. And that's the only way to put it. And so we're going with what was best for Ukraine and best for me, but most importantly, best for the people of this country that I'm sitting in right now, who have given everything for 10 years of war, for 30 years since independence, or 33 years since independence from the Russians. The least we can do, and y'all have been committed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at MriyaReport, is to live up to our words as their allies, as the people willing to fight with them in whatever capacity we can. And we don't cut and run. Yehuda, you are a hero for what you've done for the people of Afghanistan. I will tell you that in Ukraine, I will never cut and run, because that's happened too many times in the past. And for me personally, we're in it to win it, not just during victory, but in guaranteeing the pillars of democracy are forever strengthened in this part of Europe.
Sarah,
Well said.
that's really great. Because that you just set me up for the rest of my question.
The rest of the question, holy
Yes,
cow! I'm just going. I'm just kidding.
she did acknowledge that she was coming out.
Listen, but she missed one part. She didn't tell you one of the other reasons why she's doing it. She is a little crazy. Let's be honest. It's
You
got to
know
be
what?
you got to have a little crazy in you to do all of that, I think.
You know, definitely. But you know what? As a former Marine, I didn't see any combat, but let me tell you, I know that crazy. And I freaking love it and admire it so much. And Sarah.
All right,
Now,
let's get to your other question because we've got
yeah,
about five
I'm
other
saying it
hands.
now. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
go ahead.
So she set me up for the rest of my question, which was you talk about beyond victory and helping to ensure democracy and all of that kind of stuff. That's something that we're really committed to here as well. We're not going to go anywhere after victory. But what I want to ask you though is like what are your plans after victory? Like, do you have any plans? Do you know, um, like what you might do? Obviously, you might write either the second book, or I don't know if it's happening during the third. Um, I mean, during that 3-year term. But what do you see yourself doing, if any, or if you had a choice, what might you do?
Tex-Mex in Kharkiv.
What? Is Sarah? Are you with us? I wonder.
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here.
Yeah.
I accidentally muted myself. I have no idea. And here's why I have no idea. I have to make sure that myself and my team and the people around me reach victory. The country's going to reach victory, but we have to be here to see victory. At that point, only then can we're already laying the groundwork. Rehab programs, microfinancing, through different NGOs within Ukraine for veterans. We're not ignoring it, but me personally, as I said, all I know is that I have the 3-year contract. I presume that, and again, I'm trying to give you, I don't know. That's my answer. I don't know. My commanders talk to me as if I'll be here. My commanders talk to me if I'll be here for a long time. There's people in the United States that have already asked me on several occasions to return for jobs outside of the book. And so I can't think about it, Dr. Nick, beyond the theoretical of what the country needs post-victory. I can't think about it for myself, because if I do, I'm going to lose sight of what's going on right now. You were a Marine, Yehuda, and other people in this room have had, have served their nations in different ways. If we take our eyes off of what our mission is, that's when things go really wrong. One of the reasons that we have been able to battle the so-called second largest army in the world, second best army in the world.
On paper.
On paper. That's why I said so-called. And do it. This is in the 209th Battalion, 3rd Company. We have 3 rifles with scopes. I remember OKC Ryan's in here. And this is great conversation, because Renegade Relief Runners met me in Kharkiv, dropped off meds for me. Ryan says, I have my personal scope. Can you guys use it? I said, absolutely. We have 2 rifles in our company that have scopes. Now we'll have 3. We did a fundraising drive for an Iveco truck. Some of you donated to it. Amazing. We picked it up, brought it in. Game changer in the sense that, we didn't have to worry about getting to position, moving things, etc. We had, I think, $1,600 left over. The guys wanted scopes. Commander's like, we've been fighting for 14 months. We don't need scopes, guys. And he was right, because for all the accoutrements, for all the toys, there are units that need scopes. My unit, as a light infantry unit that's engaged, we have our RPGs, you know, we have our different weapons, our machine guns, but a lot of the guys, we weren't going to waste money on scopes, but we're still beating the Russians. We were fighting. I didn't fight Spetsnaz, I didn't fight Wagner, and I didn't fight the convicts. We were fighting normal Russian soldiers, just like we were. They had everything, everything. And yet, battle after battle, we prevailed. And up and down the line, it's not just that we're, you know, the 209th, rah, rah, rah. This is happening up and down the line, that we are outperforming people who have better equipment, because beginning with the Ukrainians that I'm fighting next to have Ukrainian soul, and they're more intelligent, and we have better tacticians and strategists, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so where I was going with that is, post-victory, I think we're going to rely on the same thing, but we have to make sure that we get to that point with all of the guys and women that we can, with as few casualties as we can, and then I can focus on it.
Great answer. Good answer.
All right, thanks, Sarah. So just some rapid fire, some questions from the audience, then we're going to go to Delish and then Aaron, and then I've lost the count after that. So does MriyaReport get a mention or a chapter from the audience?
So MriyaReport is going to show up a couple of times. I will say this, so I've made some calls to people. I can tell you that Renegade Relief Runners, specifically Chris Tiller, who oftentimes gets overlooked in sort of the volunteer network, he's getting a very large part in there, as well as Renegade Relief Runners, because they were engaged in a really really interesting situation in Kharkiv when they left my house one day. MriyaReport is going to be in there due to the fact that there is going to be an area on my interactions with the volunteer network. The good news is, guys, this is going to be a very positive book. So we're not going to be looking at any of the tabloid headlines. We're going to be looking at the volunteer networks who were able to produce and provide, and that's going to be under the function of leadership, because it's not about always leading from the front. When you have an awesome captain who insists on being the point in every battle. It's about leading when and how you can. And when you're on air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like MriyaReport, when you have gone through a lot of challenges, like the different NGOs associated with MriyaReport, that's leadership to continue to do it and continue to make certain that people in the units that need help get it. I mean, if that's not leadership, there's no other definition for it.
And also, just in general, the advocacy for fighting misinformation, right? Like, that's one of the things that we pride ourselves on. And that is, like, NGOs come and go, and all of us, we're not detectives. We can't vet everyone that comes up, right? But we honestly act in good faith and say, well, this looks legit. So, hey, if they're supporting Ukraine, let's go. Obviously, without getting into details, there are certain people who have not been who they said they were. And that's unfortunate, but it doesn't blunt our determination. It doesn't stop our commitment to continue to advocate for Ukraine. And if we were mentioned at all, and I was kind of tongue in cheek on that, I think the volunteers would love to know that their commitment to helping Ukraine and advocating for Ukraine didn't go unnoticed, right? It's something that's super important.
It played such a role in my life. And one of the areas where MriyaReport came in, I don't want to give the whole book away, but one of the things that I addressed, because you guys have seen me grow, for lack of a better term. I went from, I had to earn my respect in Ukraine. That's the only way to put it. I had to earn my respect here. And you guys saw it from the beginning. And there's a chapter, of course, about North Saltivka. And I understood in that moment when I moved there, right? Because I used to appear in the different channels and the spaces. I get now, 16 months later, but really, because people do come and go. Because unfortunately, there are people out there who maybe, you know, you have to look at questionably. And so ultimately, it's good that you had so many people within this group that cared so much to not only stick with it, but to make certain that the bad actors were exposed and that the good folks, you know, OKC Ryan, I'm going to bring him up again because, you know, I'm going to tell an anecdote about OKC Ryan really fast. We picked up a truck from Exxon, a great Polish patriot he's given out like 100 something trucks. Through another Polish patriot, Julia A., one of the co-founders of Renegade Relief Runners, in the Kyiv area, the truck was left for me to bring to the Crimean Tatars. And OKC Ryan is there, and he says to me, "Hey, I know you." I said, "Well, thanks. I don't really know you." He's like, "No, I know you through MriyaReport." And that really hit home because here was a random guy. I love you, Ryan, but you know, it was pretty random. I didn't even know you sort of walked out of the house. Thank God we weren't in Oklahoma. He might have shot me. He walks out of the house and he's like, "Hey, whatever, I know who you are." Whatever. He invites us in the house. But that's when I understood the reach of MriyaReport, that you had a volunteer sitting there working with Renegade Relief Runners. And Chris Tiller and I go back to April of 2022, and he was coming to Kharkiv to me, to where I was embedded when nobody else would, under fire, and that eventually became Renegade Relief Runners. And so here's this guy, OKC Ryan, sitting there in October in a house belonging to my good friend Chris and Julia A.'s organization, talking about you guys. I'm like, if this isn't what a network is supposed to be, functioning at its best, you know what? Checks matter, drones matter, all that matters. But without the fabric of community, Ukraine, both Ukrainians, of course, within the country and outside the country, but also the allies and the people who are married to Ukrainians and the people who just understand that this is a global war for freedom. It's not a world war, but it's a global war for freedom. Has to have this strong fabric. And if any one group really ties through all these threads, it's MriyaReport.
And you know, Sarah, I will tell you this. You know, when we did see, I'm glad you mentioned that. We did see you grow, and you know, we've been through a lot. You know, you've been spoofed. You've had people make fake T-shirts about you, trying to make you look like a clown, and you know, you've been through a lot, but you've stuck it out. You didn't cut and run at any point. When you first started, I'm not gonna lie. You know, you said you're not in the military. I'm thinking to myself, she's not Ukrainian. She's not in the military. What the hell is this person doing here? Right? What's going on? And then I could see, like, in anyone who goes to a country to do what you did, they need to find acceptance somewhere. They need to find a unit that'll take them on. They need to have friends. They need a network. Things get emotional. You need to talk to people. Why I admire what you've become, what you've done, and where you've gotten to is that you didn't, you know, you didn't have to ask for respect. You didn't have a niche. There was no niche for you. You made your own niche. And you got the respect for doing that. That's what's incredible. So people can take cheap pot shots. And I know, God, you once told me you got like 60,000 people blocked or something. I couldn't even believe it. And I realized, talk about water off a duck's back. You just don't give a crap.
I really don't.
No, it's true. It's true. You
glad
made
you
your
brought
niche.
that up.
You literally made your own. You said, "Eff it, I'm going to make my own niche." And I thought to myself, either this girl is crazy or she's committed. And you're a bit of both. And I think it's incredible. And that's why I think, you know, we're proud of you at MriyaReport, because you've done stuff, you followed it through. When you started with the journalists, and then she said, I'm going to be signing up to the army. And I thought to myself, this girl's going to get herself killed. And you just kept going. And you know what? Anyone who says otherwise, you know, there's a lot of keyboard warriors on Twitter. I'm sure you've blocked about 60,000 of them. What on earth are they doing to help Ukraine except for cause issues and throw shade? And that's something you can be proud of for the rest of your life, because I think everyone here would agree with me. Nick and Ryan
100%.
and everyone here were thinking, what is she doing? Like, what is her game? What's her angle? And the angle was as innocent as one of my ideas, you know, in my mind. I'm like, maybe she's really just in it to help. And you are, and it's glorious, and we're glad that you made it this far. But anyways, and
I want to really bring up, but
Go ahead.
before you take these things, because I don't know if you heard, I said I'm going to give as much time as I can because it's so important. I haven't been here in a while. Lots happened. We have a lot to talk about. Really interesting from that time. I was attacked, death threats, rape threats, everything you can imagine from multiple directions. So-called Ukraine supporters, the Russians themselves, just the people that hated me from my work before with, as a journalist and writer. And it was all coming together in April of 2022. And so I sued Twitter. I just dropped the lawsuit against Twitter 3 days ago with prejudice, which means I can't refile. And one of the reasons I did that, there was 2 reasons, but one of the reasons I did that was because I realized in May, when I first started talking, I thought there was damages, right? Then I realized I overcame it to the point that if I brought it in front of a judge and I talked to different people in the legal industry, and I'm like, hold on, what we thought were potentially presumed, damages, the argument was clear. Breach of contract. They didn't do anything to stop any of their terms of service, right? However, what were the damages? I have 30 times the amount of followers, 40 times the amount of followers I had when it happened. My uniform's in the Smithsonian. I've been to Congress twice. Like, my reputation's not damaged. This was never a financial thing, so there wasn't like losses that were going to be claimed, right? What were the damages? And then I realized I'm not a tabloid figure, no matter how much people, try to make me out to be one, presume to be one. And I certainly didn't want to have a situation where the message for Ukraine and my service and just Ukraine in general was getting soiled in a lawsuit against a company that is presumed to be anti-Ukrainian to begin with. I didn't see an upside. So I think it was, like I said, today's Sunday. I think last Thursday, I signed the document, and I told them, and I said, tell Mr. Musk, guess what? I like his network. Now it's better than it was before. Why? Because I'm not getting attacked all the time. But then I have like 60,000 people blocked, 80,000.
It's almost poetic justice. Those that sought to hurt you and discourage you and demotivate you and destroy you actually just made you 10 times stronger. So in a way,
1,000%.
it's like a bit of a thank you, and it must really piss them off, and that's also a good feeling. Okay, Sarah, holy sugar, we got a whole bunch of hands here. Let's make the questions short if we can. Nick, you got pride of place there with your 7-part question. So let's go to Delish and then Aaron.
Hey there, and I have a customer, so we're going to ask, and you have an audience of at least 3 here. Sarah, it's Tamara. I'm at my store. I was a journalist for a really long time, and so my question is purely about your schedule. What does it look like? Do you get up and write? What do you do if you hit writer's block, or do you ever have that problem? Thank you. I'm going to go down now.
So I want to give a shout out to Delish, who what I love about Delish, and for her customers listening out there and such, she epitomizes grassroots activism and fundraising. Whether the jar is bringing in $10, $100, whatever it might be, she's certain that it matters. And let me tell you, it does matter. Because when you are buying, I think somebody has to mute himself. Hello?
You're good, Sarah.
I just muted her.
Oh, great. So I just want to tell everyone out there, sometimes when I do a fundraiser and they're like, sorry, I'll tell you what I hate. Never apologize. Whether you give $5 or you're a donor who gives $1,000, whatever it may be, never apologize, because that's money that you could have been using for anything but Ukraine, anything but ZSU, or if you're giving to Renegade Relief Runners, MriyaReport, or any of the other numerous organizations out there that are helping in either military humanitarian sense. Guess what? If somebody's not grateful for $5, then there's something wrong with them, because that was money that we didn't have before in Ukraine that you've managed to get to us. And I know no matter the donation amount, whenever we do a drive, I'm very grateful. And Delish epitomizes that, because she's just like, this is what I got, and this is what we're pushing forward. To answer the actual question, here's going to be the announcement. obviously I'm writing a book on active duty. There is great interest in Armed Forces of Ukraine to make sure that this book is able to be written. They want to make certain that I don't get injured before the book can come out. They are temporarily reassigning me to Kyiv until the book is finished. I will also be doing a significant amount of media work in the meantime too. Yehuda has seen this. This has not been widely reported until now. In December, there was a letter written on my behalf to Minister Reznikov from, and I don't want to say who, but from representatives of the United States Congress to create a media unit, military media unit. This trip back to the US focused a little bit on that, to the point that my commander actually addressed multiple congressional briefings. He actually qualified for the A2 military visa, but was unable to go. So the US, he got the A2 visa, he got permission to go. He had to stay back to work on the nuts and bolts of the military media unit. He was written about in one of the articles. He addressed a big gathering, and they referenced him as looking like this, 17th century Cossack, fighter, and he's an awesome guy. Yeah, he's a major now, and he was captain when he brought me into the Army. And so we are now on the precipice of having, it's official, our military media unit, and the book happens to be one of our first projects, just coincidentally. It took, and Huda can appreciate this, Nick can appreciate this, anyone with military experience can appreciate it. Do you all know Jessica Berlin? You guys had her on the show once before.
Know her. Of
Oh
course,
yeah,
we love her.
And
Great.
we've worked with her some.
So Jessica, I consider her a friend, and I'm literally crying to her one night. And I was called in for meetings regarding the military media unit, and then I had to go back to the front. I wasn't crying about going back to the front. I'm quite happy to be at the front. I'm like, this bureaucracy, it's the worst thing ever. I'm like, what? She said, how long has it been, Sarah? It's been 8 weeks since the letter was sent. I said, Sarah, 8 weeks during war in the Army? In Ukraine? Sarah, come on. I said, really? Jessica's like, really, Sarah? It was the last time I cried over it. So, it only took about 6 months, 7 months, but here we are. I will remain with the 209th Kharkiv Defense Force on assignment to my commander out here with the military media, undertakings, specifically focused on, as I mentioned right now, temporarily the book. I deal with a lot of international journalists. One of the things I was able to do in the Belgorod region was act as
Yehuda, did we lose Sarah's audio?
I think we did. Sarah?
That was me.
Yep,
I apologize. No, it was good. I paused it. So I was acting as, in anticipation of this, I was acting as a sort of press liaison. And one of the interesting aspects we were able to do in the Belgorod region, if you all remember, there was a controversy in the spring for media that they said red zones, yellow zones, and media couldn't go and things like this. And to my commander, and he addressed members of Congress about this directly, one of the reasons my commander launched this military media project was because he really believes in free speech, and he believes that free speech is an absolute tenet of democracy. And so we're like, what are we going to do about this red zone? The journalists are unhappy. He said, well, Sarah, you're going to deal with it. You will bring them right to the border. You're going to take them to your unit, and we're going to show ministry that it can work, and don't fuck it up. And if it does, you get all the blame. And if not, we can show ministry that it can work. So I have this rule. Obviously I get a lot of press, but I have this rule that when I'm operating as the press liaison, I don't go on camera. I'm operating as exactly that. I'm operating behind the scenes. So we brought CNN to to Belgorod's border. We brought CBS. We brought Kyiv Independent. We brought Byline Times. And I'm a big fan of freelancers. So one person contacted me. She was a little bit worried. She said, I heard you doing this. I write for Ukrainian Scout magazine. I said, are you kidding me? You're exactly who we want to bring up. We want future generations to know, what they're going through. Of course, the Scouts need to know about this. And it was so successful. We never had an issue. And the journalists got to look at Russia every day that they would come up, and it worked. And so we were able to build, based off the letter that was sent in December after my trip, we were able to build from that through my commander's vision of free press, free speech, to the point of, having some de facto responsibilities because he was working out of ministry anyway. That when I say my Kyiv commander, that's where he's based out of ministry, and little by little to the point where here we are.
Sarah, I got to jump in. I got to
Yeah.
jump in. This is why spaces like this are incredible. The lateral connections you make. There's a neurologist, a pediatric neurologist, I'm not going to say his name, in Texas, and we've been talking for about 10 months. And he is, this guy, he might as well be a pediatric neurologist Boy Scout, because this guy does not stop talking about Boy Scouts to me. And he sent me emails, and I'm not saying it's not important, but he had sent me emails. He'd connected with the head of Ukraine Scouting, and he was wondering if they could do something. Wow, I'm thinking maybe offline we chat and we get these Ukraine Scout leaders, and maybe you can come up and retell that story. I think it means a lot, right? I'm not saying I didn't think it was a great idea. I said it's such a great idea. We just don't have the bandwidth. But what about circling back with that neurologist later?
I would love it. One of our jobs within media to fight disinformation, because we're not chaos agents. The Russians are chaos agents. We rely on facts and truth. And I see Alex here, and Alex is a State Department correspondent, White House correspondent, has brought me twice to the National Press Club on my trips, allowed me to address a very important group of journalists from the Global South on this last trip. And I talked to him, he's in the room listening, and I'm a big fan of his. He's the one who got the exclusive when President Biden said ATACMS are not out of play, like they're still on the table. Him and I have discussed this so often. There's no media outlet too big or too small, as long as you identify why the audience matters. And in this case of what you're bringing up, scouting matters because this is the future of Ukraine. These are the young men and young women who are still going to understand what patriotism and pride is for Ukraine. And if you have patriotism, pride in Ukraine, it's going to spread every generation across Europe, across the sea into North America, and down into the global South, Latin America, Africa. Ukraine is that beacon. And where does that start? With the Scouts.
And what's funny is when that neurologist reached out to me, he said, Alexander Vindman, he's been on your show. He spoke to my scout troop. Well, let's do something. Let's do it. And I just honestly, I couldn't connect the dots. But now I think we have. I think it's a great conversation. Maybe Alex, yourself, and the Colonel Vindman, yourself, not the Alex from the press club, but he can come too. And it'll be a big old party. But yeah, it's great. And definitely is a part that I really wanted to touch on. And it's just the power of social media for the good, right? We see all the
Did we lose you?
I got a phone call from the warden, that mother-in-law.
Of course.
Anyways, probably wants me to let her out of the dungeon. No, it's a horrible thing to say. No, as I was saying, we definitely should do that. And I'll shut up. And Sarah, sorry to interrupt you, but go ahead.
No, I think I answered Delicious question about the writing. So the writing is going to be part of my new assignment. As I said, though, the assignment is temporary. As things get worked out with this military media unit, we will be carrying out the functions. I'll probably be on the front lines doing reporting from the front lines, almost like what the U.S. had going on during Vietnam. So that will be new, but I'll be in the action while also handling independent free press doing their thing, and then making sure this book gets published. And what's amazing about Armed Forces of Ukraine is that they look for solutions, right? And it's not because of Sarah Ashton. Everything is so decentralized here. Not only does that help protect OPSEC, but it allows different commanders to respond pretty quickly to the needs that we're facing. And one of the needs we realized that we were facing is making certain that audiences could really understand what was going on, especially from the eyes of ZSU, media-wise. And everybody's used to getting their handouts, and we know we get these updates, and obviously we have the statistics that come out every day. But we really hope to bring the audience with the Army as this, as the summer progresses, as we go into fall, as we get closer. And so it won't happen right away, but ultimately that's where we're going to be at. Is we really want to have Ukrainian language as well as English language and one or two others that we're attempting to work out, because they have to be within the Army to do so, but bring news right from the front directly to the world.
Amazing. Maybe we'll talk later, Sarah, not right now. I want to get some other hands, but perhaps there's a way that MriyaReport listeners can help with regards to a special dual purpose medic vehicle / press liaison vehicle that says MriyaReport on it, and reporting live from the front lines and newly liberated towns. Special correspondent Sarah Ashton Cirillo. I'm dreaming
I want
big.
to just, before we take the next question, I do want to say this. When I got the letter, one of the first people that I mentioned the letter to was a certain colonel from Canada, Colonel Melanie Lake. The reason I brought it up to Colonel Lake was because she served with my commander, Major Ilya Boshko, during the Rapid Trident NATO exercises. And there's a clip of them. Major Boshko put it together. Colonel Lake is eating borscht and out in the field. And they laugh about it because apparently it was the worst borscht ever. But Colonel Lake had to look happy eating it, and to this day they're still laughing. So yet again, the connection that my direct commander, who I've worked with and for a year now, even predating when I went into the Army, has been working with Colonel Lake since at least 2021.
It's crazy. All of these people, before I even got on to help out and do my part, like just in the advocacy world, I never thought I'd meet people that I knew. And it's one of the creepier feelings when someone messages you and say, hey, wait a minute, aren't you so-and-so? Like, oh my God, it's the internet here. Come on, get away. But hey, it works out in the end, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I don't know who's next, but there are a lot of hands.
Let's do hands. Yeah. And then there are so many people requesting. We might have to bump people who've just asked a question down. Nothing personal. And I think this is where I think it's Aaron, and then I've lost track. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. Hi, Sarah. So it's like Maria's a little ripple in a pond, a little pebble in a pond, and from that, I met you, Sarah, and you had a space, and from there we met Doomsayer, and then Doomsayer. I don't know if you've helped him open up his profile on Twitter, but it feels like a little story. He feels like a mate to me, and there's a bit of an Australian following now of him, and I think you'll confirm that he lost a drone in Bakhmut. He had a bit of a hard time, your unit. I think he lost a few things, and then did a drive, and we got him a drone within 3 hours, I think it was. Got him a new drone from just your opening him up to the Twitter world. I'll listen, sorry.
No, I wanted to say, did you see the pictures today of Doomsayer and myself?
I haven't seen those. I saw some pictures of the drone. I may have. I've flicked through quickly. I'm taking my kid into kindergarten, so I saw the drone. He'd got the new drone, and
so the drone came in.
Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm.
And do you like?
But
go.
Sorry to cut you off, but this is great, and you'll appreciate this because Doomsayer absolutely is the drone guy. Yesterday afternoon, around 3 o'clock Kyiv time, I received a phone call from the aforementioned commander. Sarah, you need to go do a project in Kharkiv tomorrow. And I said, said, can I let you know later? And he said, what's the difference between later and now? And so I understood he was commanding me to go to Kharkiv. And it was to go, and we're going to have a big video. It was a media project dealing with electronic warfare. And because Doomsayer is such an incredible asset to ZSU when it comes to electronic warfare, I told him, guess what? Tell our field commander you're joining me there. And so Doomsayer came with me to this this function, and he was such a key part of it that he will arrive in Kyiv for briefings tomorrow and stay in Kyiv for 2 days as he briefs some different folks on what we were doing today. So yes, he got the drone, we got it to the field commander, and now he's going to, we spent a day around some very interesting equipment, and he'll come out, I came out tonight, he'll come out tomorrow for meetings.
You can tell him you can drive it like he stole it, because if he needs another one, we'll get him another one straight away.
Absolutely. You know what I'm going to do, Aaron? I'm going to tell him while he's here, because he's actually going to stay with me. I'm going to tell him, Doomsayer, you're jumping on MriyaReport, and you're going to make your Australian contingent and some of the others happy with that accent of yours, but also, you know, with the topics that he's an expert in. So hopefully over the next couple of days, we can throw him on air.
And spread the gospel of Vegemite.
You know, it's not that bad tasting. He gave it to me, and it's not the worst thing. I wouldn't say that I would eat it every day, but it's not the worst.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support. And yet again, it just goes to show what community drives can do. 3 hours, and the 209th third company has a drone. Thank you.
Well, it just shows that you're a conduit to a lot of different spaces and a lot of different areas that just grows from that those concentric circles from that puddle just keep going out further and further. So congratulations and well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Yehuda, right before you call the next person, I want to use this because I want to point out a tweet I made the other day. There was a case of a woman who was injured on the front lines. She was the friend of a journalist friend of mine. The appeal was put out. She's Ukrainian, didn't have quite the social media outreach, and we helped her out a little bit and got her to her fundraising goal. I did a drive for Michael Montoya after he lost his foot. That was successful and got me thinking. And Aaron just brought it up, so I put out the tweet. If you guys know of any units, and I did it with Roman's unit way back. I've done it with several of them, but I realized that we have 1,000-kilometer front line, and we don't just fight in Zaporizhzhia. We don't just fight in Bakhmut. We don't just fight in Belgrade. That entire front has to be taken care of. And Aaron just brought up about reach. I understand now that I do have this ability to reach people. I also understand that a lot of units out there may not understand how to get to those verticals. They may, especially Ukrainian-speaking ones, but even some of the other foreigners may not have relations with MriyaReport, et cetera, et cetera. If you guys know of any units or any soldiers, they're in the hospital, they're injured, something like that, that need a boost, a bump, let me know. I'm not necessarily going to, I put this in the tweet. Can't help everyone, and I will never say why I am helping or not helping. However, let's make sure that the entire ZSU is strengthened from top to bottom. And I don't want one unit to have 10 drones and another unit not to have any. There's no reason for that. And so moving forward, there's going to be occasionally, you know, Doomsayer and I will do our own fundraising when we really need something. How, like, you know, we lost the other drone and we got it quickly. However, keep your eyes and ears open for maybe the stories that are not getting publicized in English language or the European areas, and let me know. And let's try to make sure all of ZSU is strengthened. And what I'll never do, the money will, for something like this, the money's never going to come into me, directly to whoever's raising it. I'll just put my my amplification behind it, my resources behind it, my networks behind it, and then the money can go right directly to whatever unit it is, whatever, you know, soldier, etc. So this
And
is a
Sarah,
very, yes.
Sarah, and I dialed Sarah in because she's been busy fighting a war. I dialed her into our model where we're collecting funds for different groups. They're buying their own stuff because they know what they need, and it's a lot easier. And then there's no issue of us purchasing wrong stuff. But as you know, 3018 Brigade with Furlane, they were able to raise $20,000 in a pretty short order. And that money went straight to them. They used the corporate card to buy a drone. They used cash to buy other stuff. Some of it was on PayPal. The good thing is, as you know, sir, we're a 501c C3, whatever, 3CPO, I forget the term, in the States. You can get that receipt, and it's super important. Sarah, just recently, we did that fundraiser, and out of nowhere, a great, generous donor doubled every donation for that 12-hour period. So if we, maybe the next time if he does want to do that again, maybe you could be up here too, and we can pump those tires. Thomas Tyner already agreed, so we could have an all-star telethon and get the units of stuff that they need. How do you like that?
Not only do I like it, now's a good point, and I swear to God, Yehuda has not asked me to do this, but now's a good time to remind everyone, the Maria Report's coming to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, making sure that all of your news that's necessary from Ukraine and about Ukraine is delivered without censorship and for the people on their way to victory. Thank you, Maria Report.
I mean, thank you for those kind words. And I'm going to just do a childcare thing here for a second. Al, if you could have the honor, please.
Thanks, Yehuda. So next hands are CC.
Well, sorry, and before, I'm such a jerk. I didn't welcome Al. Alan Brewer, my favorite co-hosts, one of them. They're all my favorite, of course. But Al, you have a style, a panache. You're a legend. I don't know why you ever retired from broadcasting or journalism. Over to you, Alan.
I didn't retire. I found Maria Report. The order of hands is CC, Finance, and David, please.
From Austin, Texas, this is Cece, Sarah.
Cece, I love you. I want everybody to know that when I was there on the first trip and I met Cece, and there is so Liberty Ukraine, Cece, a man who's alive, thank God, and I still consider him a hero, Konstantin, Dimitro, Tanya, and everyone involved in the Austin and New York parts of Liberty Ukraine. I will just say that if you look at Maria Report as sort of being the Canadian American group of allies, then Liberty Ukraine is the Ukrainian resistance within the United States and across the world of Ukrainians who are no longer within the borders, but are no less imperative to our victory. And I love everyone involved with Liberty Ukraine, and I cannot give Cece and the folks down in Texas and the ones in New York anything but the highest regards and thanks for everything you guys have done for 10 years of war.
Yeah, they're pretty great. Just to clarify, I have not done it for a decade. But hey, girl, can I just tell you, I'm going to read the hell out of that book. I'm so excited. And then the subsequent book as well. I'm so excited.
Well, you know that Sarah didn't tell you about the next deal. She was saving it. She's promised to snag a third book of Yehuda's finest dad jokes. It'll be a short one, and it'll just be a reference, okay? But maybe you can write the foreword, Sarah.
Yehuda, I know you're doing a childcare thing, but I don't know if he's serious about it or not, but and it's not General Siersky or General Zaluzhny, but a very high-ranking general is like, well, if we're letting, Sarah, do this as part of the media project, I want to write the forward. And then my commander called me, are you okay with that? I said, if a general wants to write a forward to my book, I don't have a choice. Of course I'm okay with it. In fact, what, as much as he wants to write, he could write chapters of it, and I'll just put my name to it, whatever the general wants. So Yehuda, whatever you need on your dad joke book, let me know.
Yeah.
They're endless. They don't stop. It's an
Nope.
endless well.
It's a well.
But
The well is
Sarah, I was
deep.
gonna say that, so I'm writing a book right, or I'm slaving over a book right now. It's my master, so I know the labor of love in it. So I'm impressed, and I don't know how the hell you're, you know, the ultimate multitasker. You're fucking fighting a war and writing a book. Oh my god! But it's such a noble cause. So kudos, props to that. But my question is, now I feel very official all of a sudden. I feel like I need to give you a big mushy hug before I get all official. So I was wondering, so I know that, like, yes, you're busy fighting right now and writing the book, but in the oft kind of shifting winds of change up on Capitol Hill, as we know, especially with the run up to election, because you and I have both been up to Capitol Hill, you in a lot grander way than me, but we both have seen what a fickle beast, it can be. And there's always the usual suspects of yada yada yada, ends of the horseshoe. We know our official line here, about the center will hold, blah blah blah. But I have like this signed document in front of me with a lot more names than just the usual idiots, that Bobert and all the idiots that usually sign these things. So, two-part question. First, have you heard, because I know you haven't been there in a little bit, but have you heard through your channels, whether anything is shifting or changing right now? And then I have a second quick brief part.
All right. I was just talking about this morning. I was sitting in Shevchenko Park in Kharkiv, discussing this exact issue. Ultimately, we know a few things. What we know, number one, when I say we, I'm kind of saying only officially me, but because I don't speak for the government, I'm just a sergeant. But the presumption is